Sí, no sé si distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the participants here in Ostrava at the Science and Technology Center and to those joining us online on Zoom. My name is Jana Hartmann-Radová and I'm honored to be the moderator for the welcome and high-level opening session today. Let me assure you, also on behalf of my dear Czech colleagues, it is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you in the Czech Republic. I am glad to see so many of you participating in our conference, which is called Beyond Coal, From Black to Green Economy, the Moravian Silesian region as a testing ground. That is organized by the Employers Group of the European Economic and Social Committee under the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU. We decided to hold the conference here to see for ourselves the significant changes that the Moravian Silesian region has made on its way to becoming a future-proof and low-carbon region. A structural change focused on knowledge and innovation, industry and entrepreneurship. The aim of our conference today is to find concrete solutions, lessons, and also best practices for a progressively low-carbon future for Europe. Of course, with the help of various high-level speakers from business, national and regional authorities, and EU institutions. So once again, welcome. Our program today provides for, first and foremost, welcome speeches and high-level opening session from 2 to 3 o'clock, followed by a first panel discussion titled Transition Pathways for Coal and Other Carbon-Intensive Regions, followed by questions and answers from 3 to 4:10. Then we will have a 30-minute coffee break from 4:10 to 4:40 so that we are all refreshed and ready for a second panel discussion titled Transition to Carbon Neutrality in the Moravian Silesian region, followed by Q&A from 4:40 to 5:50, and of course, closing remarks. As I've already mentioned, each panel discussion will be followed by a Q&A session with hopefully the active participation of the in-person and virtual public. Concerning the arrangements for interpretations, I am pleased to inform you that participants here in the room can speak and listen in Czech, English, and French, and the same goes for our participants connected online on Zoom, who can also speak and listen in Czech, English, and French. You can also follow the event live on our Twitter account at employers_EESC, and of course, feel free to retweet us. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, we will start our conference with the welcome speeches, and it is my great pleasure to hand over to Mr. Stefano Malia, President of the Employers Group of the European Economic and Social Committee, and invite him to deliver his welcome address. Stefano, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you for that introduction to this event, an event which we, as the Employers Group, have not only invested a lot of time and energy into, but also it's an event which we are really looking forward to, because I strongly believe, that the topic chosen, incidentally chosen by our Czech colleagues, is indeed a very a topic which we really need to discuss, not only today, but certainly in the weeks and months to come, and then I will explain a bit further on. But to formally open this introduction, I would like to say good afternoon to our distinguished guests, to my colleagues of the Employers Group, and especially I would like to say Dobre odpoledne, which I understand means good afternoon. And it is indeed, as I said, an honor for us as the Employers Group to be here. In this, I've only seen it for a few minutes, I must admit, because I arrived very late last night, and I haven't had the time to see anything yet, but the first impressions are indeed impressive, as is indeed this room today. And I would indeed like to thank the region for hosting us today. And of course, I must mention by name our colleagues, the members of the Czech delegation. So clearly, I would start by Jana, also David, also Alena, and also Marie Zvolska. So thank you to our colleagues. We decided to hold this conference in one of the 3 Czech regions because it is right, and in this particular region, and because it is right in the heart, the city of Ostrava, of the coal region, and it allows us really to see firsthand, and it will allow us to see firsthand the transformation of the city, formerly called the Black Ostrava, and there I believe we'll be able to see the transformation it has gone through in the past 200 years. Initially, I must confess that when my Czech colleagues suggested we come here, and there was a lot of enthusiasm to come here, of course I could not say no to the enthusiasm, but I had some preoccupation in terms of, how it is, connectivity, and would it work or not work. But indeed, from the information I have before coming here, and indeed from what I have seen, I think it has indeed been a good choice. And we have come here to hear the stories of this transformation, how, and I think this is a really good tagline, how this region has moved from coal mining to data mining. And I think that really encapsulates what is happening here, and indeed what we need to see happening in many other regions in the European Union. And also, we can see firsthand, because I know we also have a visit, we can see the transformation of industrial heritage into new locations for creative industries. And most importantly, how this transformation has changed people's lives, but I think most importantly, people's minds. Because we all know that you have to change the line of thought, the thinking, the mind frame, if indeed we want to have, I would say, significant change. So the mindset is indeed the most important. With the many innovative plans of transitional companies to decarbonize, this region clearly demonstrates the potential to initiate structural change, focusing on knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And I think one of the most emblematic and tangible examples of this transformation is indeed where we are today, the lower Vítkovice area, which is where our conference is today. This area served, just as a point of note, this area served for black coal mining and the production, I think you could see from what we saw just outside, the production of raw steel between 1828 and 1998. This industrial giant has now been transformed into no less a unique educational, cultural, and social center that connects the industrial past of this city with its technological and innovative future. And I think, once again, the impact just outside our door is clear to see. And at our goal today is, of course, I value these opportunities because they give us, of meeting like this, they give us opportunities to think, to exchange ideas, and also to develop ideas. I call them opportunities for oxygen to the brain. And what I value most is when we come out with concrete examples, and concrete solutions. Because never, maybe not to push it so far, but certainly at this point in time, when it comes to the green transition, it is clear that we need concrete solutions. And here the point is that I think all of us in this room, and indeed we have discussed this also in the European Economic and Social Committee, all of us agree what the final destination has to be, and which is a carbon-free future in Europe. Okay? However, how we are going to arrive there is as yet still unclear, and I strongly believe that with all that is happening around us, and of course I have to refer to the sad and distressing war which is taking place right on our doorstep in Ukraine, and with the latest developments of this morning, where clear civilian centers have been targeted by Russian missiles, it is clear that we need to not rethink and rediscuss the destination, but rethink and maybe discuss how we're going to arrive there. Because we need to find solutions which are concrete and which are sustainable, which allow us, our companies, entrepreneurs, to arrive to that destination in a competitive way. And certainly, this is no easy task, especially with all that is going around us. And indeed, I would say, in response, because there has been, of course, there had to be a sudden response to the current emergency which we are facing. Indeed, we are again having to discuss whether we should continue using coal or not, even if we know that this is not a long-term solution. Especially when we remain legally committed to reducing emissions by 55% by the end of this decade. So how can we ensure that the phase-out of dependence on Russian gas and oil happens without leading to new dependencies and without undermining efforts towards climate neutrality? And I think this is the key question which we will be discussing today. Of course, we talk about deploying renewables. We are putting a lot of money, when I say we, the EU member states and the EU as a whole is putting a lot of money into new infrastructure, but certainly I think we are still far away from where we should be at this moment, if indeed we are to achieve the target of the 55%. And I'm sure that our many distinguished guests, and I also hope from the audience, we will have a good discussion and have some discussion about possible new ideas and also rollouts of solutions. And last but not least, European institutions, national and local governments and businesses must work to make this transition to a low carbon economy a success in these turbulent times. And from my point of view, from an employer's point of view, to me it is clear that the green transition can only be successful if we maintain the competitiveness of our enterprises, of our economy. In fact, also in line with this, as you will know, during the conference on the future of Europe, one of our key recommendations was, and this is contained in the document, is to design a competitiveness check. So whenever new legislation or new initiatives are being launched, we can understand the impact of this new legislation, new proposal on the impact on the competitiveness of our companies. And I think this is extremely important. And thanks to the Czech presidency, we have been asked as the European Economic and Social Committee to indeed draw up an opinion on this, to explore this idea of competitiveness check. And indeed, the rapporteur is from our group, I am pleased to say. So I would like to conclude, because I don't want to take too much of your time. I want to encourage you all to participate, because it is through participation that we can really, I think, achieve important or at least useful solutions and useful ideas. And I would like to thank also our hosts once again. And finally, I will now hand over to Madam Christa Schwenk, President of the European Economic and Social Committee, which I remind everyone, she is also a member of the Employers Group. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Stefano. Dear colleagues, it's really a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'd like to congratulate Group 1 and also the Czech colleagues who have organized this event. I think it would be difficult to imagine a region that is better placed to represent today's topic and the topic of this conference. So for me, this is really very interesting and a very good sign to be here at the former steel heart of the Czech Republic. Following the Ukraine war, the EU's dependence on independence from third countries' energy has become one of the most urgent political goals. Decarbonizing our economy will contribute to our energy independence, and consequently, it will strengthen Europe's resilience and global competitiveness. Achieving the energy transition will foster security of energy supply, will help keeping energy prices affordable and more predictable. At the same time, we have to be mindful that businesses currently face still the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic and of the war in Ukraine. Let's be clear, from the very first day, the European Economic and Social Committee has condemned the war in Ukraine and fully supports the sanctions against Russia. But it becomes imminent that Europe and our businesses pay also a price for this war. According to the September OECD economic forecast, the disruption in energy markets and the decline in real income will weaken growth in the second half of 2022 and the first quarter of 2023, and I'm afraid this is still very optimistic. Without sufficient energy supply diversification and orderly demand reductions, shortages could push up global energy prices even higher, hit financial conditions, and require a temporary rationing of gas used by businesses. And this could push many countries into a full recession in 2023. Growth will also be weakened in 2024. And let's hope that joint European efforts will prove this forecast wrong. But let's also be aware of the risks we are facing, and let's work on the green transition at a pace businesses and societies are able to follow, and with accompanying measures allowing for global competitiveness and innovation. The fact remains that our industries face the pressure of energy transition while Europe's recovery is slowing more than anticipated and inflation is predicted to remain at high levels. While I focused so far on the many challenges that Europe is currently facing, I strongly believe that the green transition also provides opportunities. And this region, the Moravian Silesian region, serves as a leading example for the energy transition of coal regions, leading to an innovative and technological resilient future. In the EU, coal counts for still 20% of total electricity production. It also provides jobs to around 230,000 people in mines and power plants across 31 regions and 11 European countries. While coal remains therefore a primary fuel in the European energy mix, the path is clear. The transition to cleaner forms of energy and innovative technologies must be followed. And the energy transition towards a low-emission economy will affect many sectors, and prominently the coal industry. We all know that there is only one way forward towards a greener and more sustainable Europe. At the same time, we must also be realistic and find pragmatic solutions for the energy transition. We must bring together the relevant stakeholders, share our knowledge across industries and sectors, and learn from examples such as the Moravian Silesian region. And this will be key to the success of the energy transition, in particular for coal and energy-intensive industries. Businesses must definitely be part of the solution. And I strongly believe in the huge potential that Europe has in the field of renewable energies. It must be identified as accurately as possible. Targeted public financing and private investments are key to the success of the energy transition. Access to available public funding, such as the Just Transition Fund, must be simple and widely promoted. And this fund aim is to balance the socio-economic impacts of the transition, specifically in the fossil fuel dependent and carbon intensive regions. Regions should be encouraged to change, stimulate innovative development, maintain investment attractiveness, and create opportunities for employment and a decent life. But both public and private investments are urgently needed and at a bigger scale, in particular in research and innovation, as well as in education, up and reskilling. There is nothing permanent except change, is a proverb said by Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher who lived around 2,500 years ago. We now face one of the biggest changes in our economies and societies. So let's join forces to make the green transition a success for Europe's strategic autonomy and competitiveness, for a greener and more sustainable economy and society. Thank you. Thank you. I look very much forward to the discussion.
Thank you both very much. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Jan Rafaj, Vice President of the Confederation of Industry of the Czech Republic, who is also a CEO of Heimstaden, the largest provider of rental housing in the Czech Republic, and a member of numerous advisory groups and boards. Mr. Rafaj, the floor is yours.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this beautiful region, which is welcome to the most industrial country of the EU, one of the most industrial regions of the EU. Welcome to a place where just a few decades ago, you would be in the middle of a heavy industry company. You would have to wear protective clothing, and after coming back home, your family would know you were working hard in a factory. This is a region where there are companies who build railways for trams, who produce electronic components, as well as vehicles which are used in Ukraine protection against the Russian aggressor. There are also companies that supply pharmaceutical components and other products. The Czech Confederation of Industry is an umbrella organization for employers, so we will have a look at the transfer of stimuli from employers to us, and also up to the level of Czech politicians. 80 years ago, Robert Schuman and and 6 very brave states gave rise to the steel and coal community to ensure sale of strategic raw materials and to contribute to peace and prosperity. And this was very wise. Sometimes in history it shows when we, the children, do not listen to our parents, this may have heavy consequences. And today we see that without having strategic inputs, we cannot maintain peace. This region is a region of 200 years history of steel and coal, and all the wars in history and the developments showed how important this region was. Where hundreds of people came because of working industry. Now we are working on the Green Deal. The Czech Republic is a proud member of the EU, and we strongly believe that fossil fuels are harmful to the environment, but this means a huge transformation, and it's not only about transforming industry. It is about reskilling of a huge amount of people whose education is completely different. So as an example, we normally use a real example of a person, of a mining worker who was retrained to become an IT specialist. And our story here is successful, even though there are still many milestones ahead of us. What we want are cleaner steelworks. I think we can be. Our regional president contributed to obtaining many a huge amount of subsidies, which helped in transforming this region. What we can see are projects like projects for using light engineering industry or utilization of mining gases, etc. We are looking, the city is looking also for public transport using hydrogen. So we have made a lot of steps already, but there are many steps ahead of us. And the winter will not be easy at all. But because we took or we made all the changes step by step, gradually, the winter here in this region will not be so complicated and difficult as in many other regions of the European region. However, the winter will be difficult for industry. The EU has still not found a solution for energy prices for big companies and small and medium-sized companies. And last week, the Czech Republic organized the Prague summit, which should help a lot. So we are aiming at decoupling, which will be important for many important companies, including our region. And we believe that the EU will find the courage to stop, to terminate, or to stay some of the measures or instruments which are not so meaningful at the moment, like the emissions allowances. The Czech Republic has the presidency for the second time in history, and it has selected Prague and Ostrava as the presidency cities where all the events are organized. So there was a group of diplomats, of ambassadors who visited this region, the existing industry and also the industry which is ceasing, and they were willing to listen to the story of our region. And thanks to that, they were leaving our region enriched with many experiences. And I believe that also the representatives of the European Economic and Social Committee will also gain a lot of new experiences. So let me wish you an enjoyable conference, and I hope you all will show the will to understand and to find common solutions.
Thank you all for your welcoming words and enlightening thoughts, which lead us directly to the high-level opening session. And I would like to invite our speakers to join me here now. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me welcome Mr. Ivo Vondrák. Professor Vondrák is the governor of the Moravian Silesian region and since 2017 a member of parliament who works in the Committee for Science, Education, Culture, Youth and Sports due to his long-term work in academia. Between 2010 and 2016, he led the Technical University of Ostrava as rector, where he previously also served as Dean of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Mr. Vondrák, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here in our Moravian Silesian region. And I'm going to be a professor for a short time right now. And I've got one question at the very beginning. And this is this question, testing question, which is about how much of black coal we do need to substitute potential energy of 30 cubic meters of water at height of 100 meters. So how much do you think? Just shoot, don't worry. Tons, kilograms. I'm gonna help you. The potential energy you will calculated by m times g times h, where m is mass, g is gravity acceleration, h is the height. Okay, still no clue. Okay, I will answer that. 1 kilogram. 1 kilogram of coal is going to substitute the potential energy of such a large amount of water. And why did I say that? Because it's not gonna be easy to do all that transformation we've got in our minds. So this is very important to understand that this process is going to be expensive and we cannot do it immediately. So we've got here coal and steel for almost 250 years. But we had started with the process of the transformation in 1990. And we have been working on that since this time very intensively. We've got a restart program. We have become a part of co-region in transitions. And we have prepared our long-term strategy how to do that, because this is very, very important. And we have still some coal mines active. Which one is a CSM mine? It should have been closed this year. Because of the energy crisis, we asked to prolong this active operation, and we are going to close it in 2023, hopefully. Why so? We had on our mind that the transition phase from the coal to the new kinds of energy is going to be based on gas. But we do not have a gas right now, and we have to be aware of that. So again, it means that our plans has to be changed a little bit, but as I've said, we are working on that hard. So what our strategy is about. This is new landscape of what we would like to have here. We prepare this strategy together with maybe hundreds of people. I personally visited 30 secondary schools in our region, and I was talking to our youngsters, what are their ideas, what they would like to have here in this region. And we finished with several topics like we have to be innovative, we have to be entrepreneurial, we have to be cooperating, we have to be connected. All these things define the new strategy of this region, and we try to implement it. By the way, this sentence from coal mining to data mining, this is a sentence I said for the first time. It was 10 years ago when we organized at our university a big data conference. And now I am the one who has to be responsible for that. So it's quite a paradox, because at that time I didn't think that I would have a chance to do and to deal with that. So this is our landscape, and we have to change our image. This is very important, because still we are considered as a black region, as a black city. And it's not true. We have done a lot of things. So you can see here some successful stories from our transformation. We are just in the center of educational and cultural and community center. Vítkovice Center is something what's really well known, and it is the fourth most visited attraction in Czech Republic. And the first place is Prague Castle, Prague Zoo, and I don't know what the third, never mind, but I know that we are fourth. And this is very important, that there is a way how we can transform our region. And of course, this is just a short picture, a small picture of Colors of Ostrava, which is organized here in this center. If you would like to come, just do it. It's always in the mid of July, and it's worth visiting it, because we've got here a lot of musicians and cultural activities, and definitely it's as I've said, worth coming for that purpose. But we have to move from the heavy industry to the smart technologies. Please, it doesn't mean that we have to close our heavy industry. We still need the steel, we still need heavy machinery, but what we have to have is that this industry is not going to be based on, let's say, energy very, let's say, is going to need much of energy. We have to switch from the old-fashioned classic production to the new phase, a new version of this production. This is what definitely we need, and this is something what we try to cooperate with our partners from the industry. And what we did is that we have established a special ecosystem to support innovation, which is the Moravia Silesia Innovation Center, which tries to help our startups, which tries to help our new companies. It helps our young people, and of course, it also tries to support our industrial companies we've got here in our region. The second is that we have to focus on the special kind of let's say, sciences like energy, environmental, and of course, we would like to support digitalization, because this is, again, one step forward to what I was mentioned before, how to switch from the data mining to coal mining. We've got here one of the biggest supercomputers in Europe, and this is IT for Innovation. By the way, we got support for this installation from EU. And you can see some picture from our. It's not strawberry, okay? It was during the COVID phase. But what I would like to say that this infrastructure is a part of the European infrastructure, and it's going to be the first place where the quantum supercomputer is going to be implemented. So again, we try to push things forward in this direction. And we know that the education is the, let's say, basis of all those changes. Therefore, we support not only technical university, we also try to support our University of Ostrava. So you can see new buildings which are dedicated to the sport and health programs. And of course, it's going to be dedicated to art and design, because we know that modern industry is not just about the industrial solution, it's also about the design of the product. This is something what we would like to focus as well. So how we can do that? Of course, we've got Just Transition Fund. In this region, it is about 726 million euros we would like to have here, and we would like to use for our strategic project and other projects, like how to use all those abandoned brownfields. But we also understand that we cannot do that without private investors. And this is something what we would like to support as well. My opinion is that for €1 from, let's say, public funds, we would like to get €5 from the commercial sector. It means that it's not going to be only about the public funds, it should be also about the private funds that we would like to put together, and we would like to have a kind of synergy that can change this region. So, what are the main challenges? Of course, we all know that Green Deal is not going to be easy. Especially now, when we see what happens in eastern part of Europe. War in Ukraine has changed a lot, and we must be aware of that. So decarbonization is going to be not easy problem. The second, we are, and I think we are going to be proud to be industrial part of EU. I don't see any problems with production of steel, but we have to do it in a green way. Definitely, we need steel. We cannot be dependent on China or Turkey in the production of steel. We have to be aware of that. Electrification of coal and gas-based production is a long-term process. We cannot do it immediately. We need some time for that, because this transition phase is going to be expensive, and I would like to say also painful. And the last thing is that we have to think about social and environment transition as well. It means we have to do things carefully. Luckily, we don't have problems with the closing of our mines. Everything went smoothly, and I believe it's going to go smoothly. So thank you for your attention. This is a very last picture. Unfortunately, I have to go to our faculty hospital, university hospital, where we open new hospital, which is going to be simulated hospital, because I used to say, you probably know the Abraham Lincoln's motto, if you want to predict your future, you have to create it. So I used to say that, because I'm a mathematician that was working on these topics, that if you want to predict your future, you have to simulate it. So we will see each other evening or tonight. Thank you for coming, and I believe you are going to like our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vladimír Dlouhý, who is the president of the Czech Chamber of Commerce and the vice president of Eurochambers. Before, he operated in various advisory positions, advising Goldman Sachs, ABB, and Rolls-Royce. From 1989 to 1992, Mr. Dlouhý served as Minister of Economy and later on as Minister of Industry and Trade until 1997. Simultaneously, he was a member of the Parliament and Vice Chairman of the Civic Democratic Alliance. Mr. Dlouhý, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to the movie, to the cinema. It's a great space here. Now, seriously, dear Mr. Governor, I understand you have to leave, but anyway, dear Mr. Governor, dear Krista, dear Stefano, it is a pleasure for me to take part at this conference, and thank you for inviting me. Our moderator was kind enough to remind you about my political past, and despite the fact that I usually don't dwell at all at my political past, this time I will. Because being a Minister of Economy of Czechoslovakia since the Velvet Revolution, I started in the first non-communist government in December 1989. And after the dissolution of Czechoslovakia for another 5 years being a Minister of Industry and Trade of this country, I of course visited this country very much. I held a direct responsibility for the first transformation steps. I had a direct responsibility for the privatization of the coal mines, of the steel mills. And today I am remembered by half of the population with a relative appreciation, but unfortunately with the second half of the population, at least in this region, with sometimes even a very strong disappointment, and this is a diplomatic statement. Nevertheless, I always love come to here. I went down the pits, I went through all those steel mills. I remember how Ostrava looked like in January 1990 when for the first time the late President Havel arrived here. And I know how Ostrava looks today. And I'm also able to compare it with the other difficult regions in our country, like the 2 regions in northwestern Bohemia, the region of Ústí nad Labem and Karlovy Vary, which is well known under the German name Karlsbad. And let me be frank, despite all the problems, this region, and Ostrava especially, they do most successfully and much better than the 2 other difficult regions. If I look at the changes in the infrastructure, if I look at the changes in the environmental situation, if I look even I travel a lot through all the country. If I look even how the villages and small cities look like, not only the center of Ostrava, this is a completely new region. Of course, there were difficult problems. That's why some people don't like me here at all. Of course, there were tough times. But we were able, and I'm very glad hearing from the governor, that the closure of the mines went relatively, let me repeat, relatively smoothly. We didn't have any type of the social unrest. And since the beginning of the decade after 2011, after the euro crisis, Indeed, this region very successfully started to transform itself towards the economy of the 21st century, embracing the environmental goals of the European Union and the European Commission, investing into the high value-added industries and activities, and had excellent PR. I think it was Stefan who already mentioned from coal mining to data mining. This is a genius. It must have been genius who invented it, because that exactly describes the situation. But let's be frank, these were old good days before pandemics and before Vladimir Putin's invasion and aggression to Ukraine. And I would like to devote the second part of my speech to exactly this. Mr. Governor gave you a basic glimpse and basic description of what transformation means in this particular region. And me being a president of Czech Chamber of Commerce and Economists, and somebody who remembered the tough times in the 90s of transformation, allow me to say a few words. How do I see the current situation and the future, of course, from the point of view title of this conference, Beyond Coal, from Black to Green Economy. And as I said, till the pandemics and especially till the start of the war, we seemed to be on a relatively acceptable way. Maybe sometimes Czech Republic has been seen as Eurosceptic. Maybe you have heard some political voices from this country which undermined green policies. We ourselves had a lot, as the Confederation of Industries, which Jan Rafaj represents, our chamber. We had thousands of comments on the Green Deal, Fit for 55, etc. But we in general embrace that, and we believe that this is the right direction to go. However, the situation has been changed. We are facing for the first time immediate steps which must be taken in the energy and power sector in Europe and in this country as well. Czech Republic belongs to the country which has the lowest cost for the energy productions, but we are paying one of the largest prices for the electricity and also for the gas. It's given by a couple of conditions which I'm not going to describe now in a detail, but it is a matter of fact. We are a country which inherited a very heavy industrial structure, and country which based for a long time, for 2 centuries, its power generation on the fossil sources, because we have a natural endowment in this respect. So the consequence for the moment is that according to our computations, not this year, because this is not still the bad year, but since the next year, average Czech businessman, small and medium scale, might face 5 to 8 times increase of the payments for the energy, especially electricity bill. 5 to 8 times jump from one to another year. Of course, not everybody will face that, but there will be people who will be facing even more increase. At the same time, we are one of the few countries which are hit most by the potential problem of the gas shortage. We believe that Europe was wise enough to prepare for the difficult winter. Many people say that the winter of next year might be even worse. But still, if some shortages happen, this country, together with Austria, Slovakia, and Hungary, and some parts of Germany, will be hit most. So what we need for the moment is immediate action, especially on the European level. And I'm mentioning European level because we must insist on the level playing field. If Germany is rich enough to provide 200 billion euro subsidies to its energy prices industries, we are not as rich. If the French, under the system of R&D, allow EDF to sell 130 terawatt hours next year to the French industry for 49 euros and 50 cents, while we might be facing the prices between 300 and 400, and some companies even more, that's not a level playing field. We need a decoupling, at least for a transitory period, of the price of electricity from the price of gas. And of course, we all must work strongly together to achieve the restructuring of our energy imports. Especially the latest escalation of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict and the Russian aggression is the clear signal for this. These are the immediate tasks which we are facing among many others. Whether this will even mean capping some of the prices of energy, we will see. I'm economist enough for me speaking positively about capping of prices. Given my economic past, it is as if you were 40 years a fan of Barcelona and you are asked tomorrow to be a fan of Real Madrid. But maybe the situation of the Czech companies will require something like that. Then, of course, we need something what already the previous speakers, my colleague Jan Rafaj, also shortly tackled. We understand a Green Deal, we understand Fit for 55. As I said, we had many questions, remarks, even criticism. But what is needed now in a very short term is to understand that given the problems in the energy sector, we should, on a transitory level, be able to prepare also the usage of some fossil fuels, just to allow to have this region enough electricity and enough energy. And I just tell you one example, because I was the one who was living through the transformation and closure of the coal mines, etc., etc. But for the first time in January, already before the start of the war, to the Czech Republic through the river of Elbe, the first boat with the Australian coal has arrived. And this is something what I cannot explain to my members, by the way. We need some understanding of our situation. We need a discussion how to ensure the energy resources to overcome the difficult period. And again, of course, we have to return back to the long-term goals. Long-term goals will not be only about closure of the coal mines and decarbonization. Long-terms will not be only about electromobility and hydrogen. Long-term transformation towards the green economy will be also about the new technologies which will allow the increase of value added of the industrial and other productions, especially in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, who still till today are struggling with the heritage of the communist over-industrialization and the stress on the heavy industry. Of course, we will have to increase our effort and investment into the renewables. Here I am ready to accept criticism. Czech Republic over the past decade or 15 years could have been and should have been able to do much more in terms of renewables. We mismatched the legal framework. We did a lot of mistakes in that. And we need to improve it. We need to support the renewables, but we need also to ensure the combination and interlink, juxtaposing the effort towards the renewables with the effort towards the new industries. Czech Republic today produces around 70 terawatt-hours of electricity. Let's say 10% is being exported. To produce the same amount of electricity, let's say about 60 terawatt-hours, in the way as the Green Deal and Fit for 55 package foresees, we should produce for the same type of consumption of 60 terawatt-hours, 130 terawatt-hours of the green electricity. For instance, hydrogen, to produce to the situation when it's commercially viable is extremely energy intensive, etc., etc. So the task is immense, and we need to really work together on the national level and on the level of the European Union to ensure the good support to our effort. And let me conclude here. I believe that this is the main reason why we meet here. And I would like to thank once again both to Krista and to Stefano for choosing Ostrava as a place for this conference, because it clearly reflects the understanding on the European Committee Economic and Social Committee. Sorry, I have sometimes problem with the Brussels abbreviation and sometimes Brussels newspeak, so the name is European Economic Social Committee. But I would like to praise your understanding that this is the place to come and this is the place to discuss about it. So thank you once again for inviting me to give you this introductory speech. Thank you very much for coming here to the Czech Republic, and I wish you to have a good and fruitful exchange of views and opinions. And if time allows, I will be more than glad to join you for dinner. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And last but definitely not least, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Jan Wiesner, who is the president of the Confederation of Employers and Entrepreneurs Associations and a member of the Council of Economic and Social Agreement of the Hradec Králové region. Furthermore, he works in various working teams of the Council of Economic and Social Agreement of the Czech Republic. In addition, he is, among other things, a member of the Business Council of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. Mr. Wiesner, the floor is yours.
Děkuji.
Thank you. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the employers group of the EESC. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Let me join the words of Mr. Dlouhý. I would like to praise you too for good choice, because Ostrava is the region that has gone through very difficult times because it was hit, but the measures that were absolutely necessary. Vladimir Dlouhý said all those things which represent challenges which we face, which need to be addressed, which we discuss with our cabinet. We also discuss with our representatives in EESC. All these issues are extremely important, and unfortunately, it's time it's the time that is almost a crisis, because this is absolutely unprecedented situation. And I think this is very important. Many things have already been said, and I'm not going to repeat them. This region has become the industrial location during Austrian-Hungarian Empire, then during Czechoslovakia, thanks to the discovery of high-quality black coal, which attracted new people to come to live to this region, also experts, specialists, and of course miners. And as you know, the flag of miners is black and green, which symbolizes a deep respect which miners always held vis-à-vis to nature. And this region prospered thanks to the coal mining, heavy machinery, steel production, and so on. All these traditions now are being continued, and in the region, many new entrepreneurial activities or business activities have been started. We have Technical University. Brownfields are being transformed into new business intentions and plans. The methane mining from the mines is transformed into clean electricity, and new things are coming to existence here. And we are very pleased by this. Anyway, this process is very demanding and very gradual, but at the same time, it is a challenge as well as opportunity for the region. The transformation of the region where coal was mined, whose mining stops being effective and requires the transition to neutrality, carbon neutrality, is very complicated. This is proven by the experience from France or Germany, where transformation took dozens of years and cost really enormous money. And today we have new challenges, new possibilities. We need to take into account local conditions. At the level of EU, there is the concept just transition. And with the help of just transition, the most hit regions should be supported and should be transformed into climatically neutral regions. Innovations, science, and applied research should be supported. New technologies, as well as reclamation of the locations that have been hit. Thanks to the university and thanks to other educational institutions and people, we believe that the pace of transformation will be successful and will continue. And I would like to wish you on behalf of our confederation great success in all these efforts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the high-level opening session. Now we'll move to the first panel discussion titled Transition Pathways for Coal and Other Carbon-Intensive Regions. Enjoy the discussion and the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Wow, this is really a very interesting view from down here. Yes, thank you very much for joining us now for the second part. First panel, basically. It's called the Transition Pathways for Coal and Other Carbon-Intensive Regions. My name is Sandra Party. I'll be moderating this bit. I've been given the task of, leading us through this bit of a discussion where our speakers are half connected remotely. So two of our speakers are online, I hope at least, and I hope for the technology to work. And two of our speakers are here, so I hope this is going to be possible to organize. But it's good that I see already the two speakers on my screen, so I'm very much looking forward to the exchange that we have. I have been told that you have been told you have each 5 minutes to speak, so I hope we're going to be able to stick to that, because then afterwards we're going to have the possibility for some questions and hopefully also some answers here within the venue, and also then those that are connected online to the event. I'm very sorry, I'm German, so I'm not very familiar with the pronunciation of Czech names. Please bear with me when I sort of torture your names. It's not intentional. I'm trying my very best. So we are discussing how the transition that these regions that used to be coal regions, that used to be heavy industry regions, that used to rely on carbon intensive production methods, how are they going to transition towards a climate neutral Europe? So obviously here we have one very, very interesting example. There are more across Europe, so a lot of similar challenges that different regions are trying to tackle. So first, we will be hearing from, now here we go, from Radem Sirgenia. I hope that's about right. He's the deputy at the cabinet minister at the Ministry of Regional Development of the Czech Republic. As deputy minister for regional development, he has played a very key role in negotiating the Czech Republic 2021 plus regional development strategy. That's a strategy that combines key national and European instruments for region in transition. So your ministry was also responsible for the Just Transition Territorial Plan preparation. So maybe I can start us off with a question to you, how the strategy and also the territorial plan, how are they sort of set up? How will they help investments in strategic projects for large companies, but also for SMEs? What is your vision that was behind your work on these topics? Mr. Sirgenia, the floor is yours.
Okay, I hope that you all can hear me. Greetings from Brussels, from the European Parliament. I am sorry for not being able to be with you in your seminar, but unfortunately, the European Week of Regions and Cities is starting today, and I'm just in 10 minutes, I'm speaking at the opening. So anyway, it's a great pleasure that we have this technology and we can connect. First of all, I'm happy that you asked about the strategic planning as such, that we are not speaking just about just transition as one of the tools, because I think the strategy of regional development is the key document of the Czech Republic, and it's for the years 2021 to 2027. And just transition regions, of course, are a very important part, and just transition as an instrument as well. We were really trying to negotiate this strategy on bottom-up principle, engaging all the key stakeholders, so that to define all the kinds of regions to use data, because I think we need data and evidence-based policies to plan the development. We need tailor-made solutions, because every region has different problems, different challenges, different potential, and we really need to use based instruments.
Well, I hope this is only temporary and we will hear you soon again.
Vastly in the European Union, the territorial-based approach and integrated instruments like CLLD, ITI, also cross-border cooperation. And I'm happy that also Just Transition, which actually I remember people from Ostrava starting with the Just, or it was called the time Restart and Coal Region Initiative to negotiate the new instrument in 2015 to 16. We have already had some kind of instruments funded from the national money, and I'm so happy that we got it also to the European level finally, and that we are starting the new programming period with the Just Transition operational programs. So it should be set into the plan, into other instruments. And with regard to your question, to be concrete, I am happy that all three regions just approach the Just Transition plans and Just Transition operational programs in a different way, focusing on different priorities, using different kinds of instruments, I think if we need to find out the ideal just transition plan, it should be kind of mosaic, which is putting together the big players, small players, supporting private sector, public sector, universities. So I think this is crucial to put everything together. And even in the Czech Republic, some of the stakeholders, when we are speaking to them, they are unhappy, you know, that the bigger players got more, and etc., etc. But I think there should be some kind of compromise in the area, and this is the key how to work. I think Ostrava region, where you are, or the Moravian Silesian regions where you are now, is the best example of just transition regions in the Czech Republic, which is, I think, a little bit ahead of other regions we do have in the Czech Republic. I think they managed to be successful even in the past using the European fundings to solve the challenges of the region. And I think it's one of the model places even in the European Union. And it's also because one important thing that, you know, to the just transition means also the transformation of the mindset of the people and of kind of pride of the region. It means that from the coal and steel pride to get to the new kind of pride. And what I see in Moravian Silesian regions, it's a lot of smart solutions, a lot of environmental operations, a lot of IT companies being created. And I think this is the right thing, that we really need to use all the resources. And of course, there are some of the regions say that it's not enough money they are getting from just transition operational program, but it's not about the money, it's about the approach. And I think we should use all the resources we have to realize our just the transition plans, because I think we have a lot of resources from different kind of funds, not just the structural and investment funds, but also from recovery resilience funds, etc., etc. So that's what we try to how we try to approach to the tool of just transition. And I'm just looking forward when the first projects will be realized and how it will be successful. And also the Czech Republic, we are just creating from the 1st of January, there should be a kind of committee for the regional development on the government level, which will meet every month to deal with all the issues, with all the instruments. And I think this will also help to the regions which need our help. And I think we should really, once again, use a place-based approach as much as possible for the development to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insights and for this overview, Radim. So yeah, 5 minutes are very short, but maybe there's going to be some questions to you later on, and I hope the connection is going to remain stable so that this is going to be possible for you to then maybe come back in. We just heard about the importance of the European funding possibilities. So I'm very interested now to hear from Petr Votupal, the program manager responsible for Just Transition at the European Commission's DG Regional and Urban Policy. You are obviously focused on the Czech Republic and on Slovakia, also connected online here. Yes, obviously this just transition mechanism is a key tool to ensure that the transition towards this climate neutral goal that we have and this climate neutral economy happens also in a way that really leaves no one behind. It's also a way to ensure that the most affected regions in Europe, such as the coal mining regions here, where the Green Deal has a chance to become reality. So by supporting investments in SMEs, but also in larger companies and research and innovation and the different technologies, etc., these are all possibilities, but of course they don't fall from the sky. They sort of need to be managed. And there is possibilities, there is funding available, but again, there needs to be a good governance approach to that. So Petr, could you tell us a bit about the implementation of the various mechanisms and how they are being used here and what you can do from the Commission side to support this transition process?
Thank you, Sandra, for the question. Let me start by saying that I deeply regret that I cannot join you at the lower Vítkovice because I really consider it, as President Malia and Mr. Rafaj and Governor Vondrák said, as a sign of the recovery of the Moravian Silesian region. I also regret that I will be not able to join you in the informal discussions and exchange of information, which is always very useful and fruitful. But at least I limit my carbon footprint, and I will be able to join the European League of Regions and Cities. So I would like to remind you about the history. As you may know, the Just Transition Fund is a new animal in the family of EU funds. There was a big it started in January 2020 together with European Green Deal, and the link to Green Deal is indeed important. Just Transition Fund is not another envelope to finance the necessary investments as is the European Regional Development Fund, Cohesion Fund, or European Social Fund. JTF investments must be focused and in line with the current climate target. And it was a very difficult task when we work on the Czech territorial just transition plan, as Deputy Minister Stržeň could confirm. So the allocation for Just Transition Fund at the very beginning was only 7.5 billion euros Euro-wide. Then the Commission increased the proposal for allocation for 40 billion euros, and then the Council, as it is intended in the EU law, decided that the allocation for Just Transition Fund will be 19.3 billion euro-wide. So I'm sorry to say that the Just Transition Fund will not solve all the problems of the core regions. Another challenge is that the majority of the funds is from the Next Generation EU scheme. So those are additional resources that the Commission borrowed at the financial market. And unfortunately, the new part, the Next Generation EU part, has to be spent very, very quickly. But still, I have some good news as well. Firstly, the Just Transition Fund is just one element of the Just Transition mechanism, which you mentioned in your question. So there is also a second pillar, which is InvestEU, and that's a EU guarantee supporting the private investments, something the Governor Vondra elaborated on, and I think he's completely right. We need additional funds, we need leverage, and the leverage could be 5 times more, but even 10 times more. So with the guarantee of 26 billion euros, the hope is that it will mobilize additional resources, loans in amount of more than 300 billion euros. And there is the third pillar of the JTF mechanism, which is so-called public sector loan facility. This is a new instrument which is combining grant support from the Commission and EIB lending. The grant amount would be pretty small, around 10%, but again, it will be complemented by the private loans, and it will increase the impact. I'm very glad that I can say that here the Moravian Silesian region is against a front runner, because as far as I know, they are negotiating with European Investment Bank as the first region in the Czech Republic about using this pillar. And again, the allocation for Czech Republic is rather substantial. It's 124 million euros for grants only. So I think it will have an impact. And I'm also pleased that it was the European Economic and Social Committee which issued its opinion on the third pillar on the public sector loan facility, and allow me to quote from this opinion, because I think it summarizes the importance of this pillar. The European Economic and Social Committee very much appreciates the proposal for a public sector loan facility and considers it innovative, original, and highly demanded by the public sector entities on their way to climate transition. So we have three pillars of just transition mechanism, and there is implementation starting on Czech Republic was the sixth. The territorial just transition plan of the Czech Republic was the sixth territorial just transition plan adopted in the EU on the 26th September. And now we are together with our Czech colleagues, or especially our Czech colleagues, are planning the first call. The Just Transition Fund is working under the shared management. So the impact and the work our Czech counterparts are investing into that is crucial. And here I must say that the Commission, DG Regio, is very glad that our Czech colleagues are so organized and well prepared. So the future will say the challenges are huge. There are successful examples, especially the Moravian Silesian region is considered as the region which already, which can serve as an example of good transformation, but everything is ahead of us. So let me finish here, and I will look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Petra. Also, thank you for reading the EESC opinion, much appreciated. Yes, you already mentioned the important role that, of course, also the national authorities here in the Czech Republic are playing in this transition. And you mentioned quite a number of available funds of billions of money. It's always kind of hard to actually picture how much that is and how little it is at the same time. So it will be very costly to do all this transitioning, to change the footprint of a region, change the sort of industrial DNA of a region. We have now also with us Jan Krisch, who is with the Ministry of Environment, and they're the Deputy Minister for the section of EU funds, economic and voluntary instruments. So you obviously have the maybe not so enviable task of having to deal with all those different funding instruments and making them fit to what you need. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about how your government cooperates with the Commission, with the EU, to actually make the best use of those funds for the regions here in Czech Republic. And maybe also you can tell us a little bit how or if the regions like here, the coal regions, are involved in drafting these operational programs. So Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the floor. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the invitation to this very interesting conference focused on coal regions. Ministry of the Environment has now a big responsibility for providing of various sources of financing that are connected with energy decarbonization, that are connected with support of the coal regions. One of the instruments was already mentioned. This is the Just Transition Fund, where Ministry of Environment is managing authority. It means that we are responsible for, let's say, certification of expenditure to the Commission. It's a quite new, innovative instrument because it's composed of various priorities, starting with environment, through support of medium and small enterprises, through education, R&D, digitalization, social issues, employment, etc. So it's a quite challenging task to implement this operational program, but we will definitely manage it, because we have experience in EU funds and we have quite good cooperation with the regions. I have to highlight this issue because it was already mentioned that the regions play a key role in implementation of this program. They set up the priorities. They set up their own just transition territorial strategies. They were prepared because they had a restart strategy. They were very prepared what they want. And we as a Ministry of the Environment, we just in some way moderated the discussion. What is eligible, what is not eligible. We help them to make some synergies with the other ministries, other strategies. And now the program is available. It has been approved 2 weeks ago, I think. We are among the 6 first member states that has approved this key operational program. And now we are starting the implementation. The beginning of November, there will be monitoring committee in which the criteria for selection of operations will be approved, and the first calls will be opened during the autumn. So it's a good progress for everybody, for regions, for the state level. Thank you very much for the Commission because they were really short management with them. They helped us in some issues to overcome. And we also thank for the flexibility of the program because the program is very flexible to react to new calls, new special problems that can be challenging in the future. What is quite, let's say, important to recognize is the brutal milestone for financing. Since the program is composed of multi-annual financial framework and also NGEU, then there is conditions to absorb the 70% of the money up to 2026. So it creates a very demanding plan, strategic plan, action plan for overall projects. But since we have started the support of strategic projects very in advance from national money, now they are on the table feasibility studies of these projects. So then, let's say there is a good starting point to let's say manage also these milestones. But anyway, we will be discussing with the Commission to find some possibly in the future possibly let's say possibly better implementation challenge milestones than this into 2026. But we will see. Now we are prepared, but in the future it can come some problems with this deadline. Another instrument that we have in our hands is a modernization fund, which is sourced from allowances, from emission allowances. It's also a very important instrument that really directly helps decarbonization of the energy sector. It's focused on the big energy companies. Because they are excluded from financing from cohesion policy, but they may be supported in the modernization fund scheme. It means the support is focused on ecologization of the technologies, of the operations inside the companies, and also on switch from for resources. It means switch from coal to renewables. It's a very important support for big companies. Then there is a support for district heating system in the Czech Republic, which needs definitely big investments to be decarbonized because it's mostly dependent on coal. It's a very demanding issue for us, and there are also investments on a new installation of renewables in the Czech Republic, big photovoltaics plants, but not only this, but also for the domestic usage, for family houses and small enterprises. So I would like to say that we have quite a lot of money to invest for the future, it's a question how effective we the money invest in this region. This region is very in advance, it's true. It's a front runner among the other regions, the other core regions. But it's very important what said Mr. Vondrák, to find a nice, suitable leverage effect that would bring about also private money, not just the grant. So this is the challenge for everybody. We are trying also to path the way for various financial instruments like bank guarantees, revolving funds, etc., to increase the leverage effect of the grants. And I'm very optimistic in this way because the money are available, strategy is available, regions are very strong enough to manage it, to manage to implement, the same as the ministry and the other organizations included in the system implementation. So, okay, so I think that now there's a nice time to start a new phase of implementation of the EU funds, and I believe that it will manage it good.
Well, thank you, Jan. It's yeah, very sort of positive message, I must say, which is well dearly needed in these times. You mentioned already the important role of the private sector, so I'm very happy that we have Renata Eisenwörtova with us. She's the European Affairs Manager of Seven Energy, which is the second largest power producer in the Czech Republic. Well, the group operates quite a range of businesses, conventional energy from coal mines, power plants, but also to energy technology and trading units, etc. So you're really involved in what probably drives our thinking today a lot, the energy market as such. So you have a little PowerPoint presentation for us, I understand, but I'm very much also looking forward to hearing how you are trying to deal with that.
You have this my presentation on the screen.
So yeah, the technology will hopefully start, and you have a clicker there. Yeah. Hey.
Yes.
So here we go.
Dobrý den, vážené dámy, pánové, milí kolegové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The question was clear. How are we going to transform after stopping coal extraction? I'm happy to follow up on Mr. Kříž to be able to give you concrete examples, because I strongly believe that a concrete example is the best answer. For our foreign guests, I would like to say what I am going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the Green Mine project. It is the transformation of one of our coal mines, which is located on the other end of our country. It is the red location, and it is the brown coal mining region. The Czech Republic extracts annually 30 million tons brown coal, but this mine will be terminated in 2025. It has 1,200 direct employees and 100 and 800 indirect employees. This is what the location looks like today. It's the left-hand picture. It is a place where there is this mine, this pit. It is located beneath the giant mountains of the Czech Republic. And the next picture shows what it should look like in the future. There is a lake. As you can see, we are preparing reclamation of the complete reclamation of the region. Currently, we are extracting lignite, brown coal, but in future we would like to use other energy sources. On the right-hand side, you can see solar panels, photovoltaics on the roofs of buildings, but you can also see a floating solar power plant on the lake, and we would like to use that to produce hydrogen. And you can also see a center for hydrogen production. We will be able to use a huge area of 45 square kilometers, and we would like to attract investors there, and also research, innovation, research development and innovation facilities. And even now we are collaborating with a research institute in the city of Most or the University of Jan Evangelista Purkyně in the city of Ústí nad Labem, which is closest to the location. Of course, our priority are the population's living conditions. Jobs are important. I have mentioned the numbers: 1,200 direct employees, 1,800 indirect employees. I would also like to mention one more mine, which is going to continue extraction till 2038 or 2040. But in this mine, the extraction will be terminated in 2025, so part of the employees could be moved to the other mine, whilst part of them could work in the new businesses which our company is going to establish, and also industrial zones will be established to attract some of our employees, of our current employees. This is our idea of the future of the locality to be transformed. This is the Green Mine Transformation Scheme, which is not really legible, but it is a systematic work that we are going to do. Finally, let me mention some benefits of the transformation, especially the three key ones: creating an ecologically stable landscape, then a transfer to low-emission sources, facilities, and thirdly, attracting investors to the region to create new facilities, to give jobs to our employees, so that people would not be leaving the region, because that would be the worst thing to happen. And behind every success, there are people contributing to it. And one quotation:
in the beauty of their dreams. Budoucnost náleží těm.
And whatever we are doing, we have trust in it, we believe in it, and we have already begun. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Renata, for this presentation, also for the very inspirational, nice quote. Yes, so we do actually have a bit of time for questions and hopefully also some answers. So here, the people here in the room, just like lift your hand and I will try to see you. Also those online, somehow make your interest known. I do have a computer here and I might see you if you raise your hand via in the Zoom technology chat there. Yes, there's already one question. So if you could just quickly say your name, not too long of an intervention, and possibly a question, that would be very useful.
Thank you very much, Sandra. My name is Georgi Stoev, and I'm from Employers Group of the ESC, representing Bulgarian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And with Mr. Dlouhý, we have also exerted some efforts in Euro chambers as well in Brussels. And with Ms. Eisenforter, we have been working for quite many years in CCMI together. My question is based on the title of our conference, but I would like to start with the transition from black to green economy and energy. So not emitting coal, because since we all agreed that the new transition and the green energy is based not only on changing the raw material, it's based also on improving the technologies, the manufacturing, the decarbonizations of industries, as well as energy transfer, decreasing the loss of energy. There are so many things afterwards that it's very important to start with the basis. So 10 years ago, we visited a rural area where the Germans showed one of the way of how coal have been used by a new process of liquefying into gas and using it into a long range for more than, well, an additional 30 years, they claimed, for this, for new production. The question is whether new technologies in liquefying coal and using it as a basic raw materials are being considered in Czech Republic. That's the first question. And I'm sorry that Professor Vondrák is not here, because I would have asked him about additional question about the, for example, the fusion energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgi. Can you say something about that, or would we have to refer to experts elsewhere? Okay, so too tough a question for our panel just now. We will come back to you on this one, what the liquefying coal technology would allow for. And this, I don't know if that's part of the plan. Doesn't seem to be that particularly. Anybody online for the moment? Yeah. Oh yeah, over there. You find each other. That's good.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Hosták. I represent Slovak employers. Thanks for the speakers for a nice introduction to green transition in this region, and it shows that talking about green transition and its various aspects is very important still. And the green transition goals, Fit for 55, and all the legislation have been adopted in different times. Now we are facing unprecedented energy crisis, and companies are facing uncertainty in the forthcoming period. We don't know what will be the prices and so on and so on. Did you think, or did you have discussions in your platforms as of opening the discussion on maybe the changing or shifting the timetables of Green Deal goals? I'm talking about maybe opening the discussion at the European level, in the European institutions, because it sometimes seems that Brussels goes its own way, despite there is energy crisis or not. But our companies in my country are facing very, very unprecedented uncertainty and very unprecedented crisis. Thank you.
Sorry, but I'm not directly involved in the negotiation of the Fit for 55 package, but as I can say what my colleagues are involved in the debates, I am not sure whether they will be some, let's say, move or any flexible regime to fulfill the goals that comes from Fit for 55 as concerns the energy efficiency directive, renewable sources goals, etc. I think that still there is a debate about some compensation, about the problems that they have companies, but the goals seems to be quite fixed, as I know from the negotiations. So, but we can provide you with some more information if you want. But I have not heard any change of the course towards the Fit for 55 milestones or targets.
Petra, DG Regio, did you hear anything in that direction?
I can only confirm what the Deputy Minister Kříž has just said. It's a small cog in the EU machinery. I'm definitely not in the position to decide about the changes of the goal, but I would like to explore on something else. You are saying Brussels. I mean, Brussels is also the European Economic and Social Committee. Brussels are the Association of Employers, and Mr. Lohi was very passionate about describing the situation. So those are the messages that must be delivered to the European Parliament, and then based on the argument that change of direction could be imaginable. But at the moment, there is not such an intention as far as I know.
Thank you. Was there another question here in the room? Don't see anything. Was there someone online? I have a bit of a hard time following that up here on my screen. Well, if you don't, in the meantime, I would have actually one for the two of you. Do you have, for your project, do you have a timeline when you want to finish? Maybe, yeah.
We have a timeline. We will start in next year, 2033, and we will finish. But the whole restoration, reclamation, and resocialization of the territory in 2038. But it means also we will build a new real estate, and so a lot of things. Yes, it's a very large project.
Very ambitious, it sounds.
Yes, of course.
Maybe also because this region, as we've heard, is going to transition to or be transformed into something that with a smart and IT focus.
Yes.
Have you been doing some analysis on the future energy needs? I mean, I guess.
Yes, of course. We made some studies, for example, with the Czech Association, Czech Invest, and other studies. So what investors, which activities they would need. And we will also create a transformation agency to reskill and upskill our employees. So we are really prepared. I said we started and we believe in our target.
Very good. And also maybe on the ministerial level or on the national level, do you think there's going to be like a higher energy demand, a much higher than at the moment? Or would, like, you know, if you transition to more IT, more data use, that also always means you might need more energy for running data centers, for doing all, you know, of these, requirements, data mining, etc. That usually also comes with a bit of energy demand. So I was wondering if this has been part of the discussions for how to, you know, set up the region, prepare for the future.
I think that it will be compensated by the huge energy efficiency gains throughout the next years. So there will be savings in the public sector, there will be energy savings in companies. So I have no doubt, I'm not afraid of any problems with the energy for data centers. I think the problem may be for some big enterprises, especially, for instance, here, where there will be, it was mentioned by Mr. Vondrak, electrification of some industry, heavy industry, for steel industry. So we will have to bring some energy to some regions because some connections is not strong enough to be able to support some operations. But this is another problem. But concerning the data center, I wouldn't see any problem with that. So we now have a problems with to connect many installation of renewable source of energy. This is the problem of in the Czech Republic. So there is for instance, within 1 year, there is 80,000 applications for connections of photovoltaics. So we will have to solve this problem to, let's say, equip, modernize our network, energy network, to be able to absorb a lot of kilowatts that comes from the photovoltaics. This is the problem, but I wouldn't say that the data problem. Mrs. Rafai.
Yes, Jan Rafai. I have two questions. In principle, one is in connection what you mentioned just now. I don't think so that the infrastructure is following the speed and trend which is expected. I don't I'm not too much afraid about the sources, but about the infrastructure. And as you mentioned, for example, in this region, we have two big steel plants which can be switched to greener way of technology, but simply they cannot. And if we see the general decision about the infrastructure, it's maybe 5, 7, 10 years later than they really need. First question. Second question, few months back, it was approved finally the transition concept. And after long debates, the gas was part of, agreed that the gas is part of that. Unfortunately, with all this situation, we do not know whether the gas will be the right source and how much we could have the gas. Are there already any discussions what to do, how to support the region, as for example Czech Republic or as this region, because we don't have so much alternatives. Maybe we can be blamed that we were not so fast with renewables, but we don't have wild rivers, we don't have too much windy areas, we don't have so much sunny days, and so on. Means that are there already some discussions what could be the alternatives if gas is not the right strategy?
This is more or less question on Ministry of Trade, who should come up with some strategy on how to replace gas. But anyway, we have a lot of projects in our portfolio in a district heating system area, where there is a lot of gas projects, because they switch from coal to gas. It's financed from Modernization Fund. There are a lot of projects, but now they are just let's say, they don't know what to do exactly, because they ask us to prolong the project implementation. So we did it for 1 year to give them some time for their decision how to start the implementation. Probably one of the alternatives will be hydrogen. So the infrastructure has the conditions to be hydrogen ready to in the future absorb potentially biogas, hydrogen, or other green gases that may be pumped into the tubes. But the situation is really very difficult, especially for those who produce heat from gas for district heating system. And now they continue with coal because they have some, let's say, exception recently issued by the government, so they can in some way exceed the emission limits to continue with the gas production. But hopefully, once the crisis will be finished, we will have to find the way for this sector. So I have no clear answer. I would like to say probably that we could be more flexible concerning, for instance, the hydrogen. I think that the currently prepared legislation for green hydrogen is quite strict. We would welcome to be more flexible, to allow, for instance, for support low carbon hydrogen at least to help in some situation to tackle the problems with the gas lack. And concerning the connectivity, as you mentioned, the example of a steel industry here in this region, I can imagine that one of these strategic projects could be financed from Repower EU, for instance, because there are some proposals. In my opinion, in these big infrastructure projects should help state with the regions. Unfortunately, this big connection, electricity connection, is not financed. It's not possible to finance from Just Transition Operational Program. It's not eligible, but there are other instruments now in the portfolio, like Repower EU and the others. So I think that's a necessity to find some way how to help the region also in these problems. So. Sorry, I have no direct answer for that. It's very tough question.
I mean, it does sound like you're not going to be out of work anytime soon in your areas of responsibility of trying to juggle the different EU funds and seeing how they can be used best for the transition of the region. So if there's no further questions, then I'm, well, you know, very much happy that you have contributed your insights. Petra online from Brussels, keeping his carbon footprint low. Thank you very much also for that. Yes, for your valuable examples of how you managed, how you are managing at the moment to drive this change. I like the way you put it, Jan, about the money is available, the strategy is there, the regions are ready, so you're basically the launch is happening, the kickoff is about to start, and maybe we can address some of the questions that just came up, also with regard to actually how to manage the transition in rather challenging times in the next panel, which is going to be about the transition per se. Here we have set the stage, everything is ready, and now in the next panel we will try and see how this transition to carbon neutrality is probably, hopefully, becoming a reality. So I thank my guests here very much. I thank Petra online, and I can tell you all that the coffee break is happening now, and the coffee is upstairs, I'm being told. So I guess we all have to leave out there and follow the coffee smell. And we should be back here by 4:40, so 16:40, 20 minutes to 5, ready for the next panel. Thank you all. Hey.
I think it went great. I mean,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to the panel number 2 of our conference. The title of the panel is Transition to Carbon Neutrality in the Moravian Silesian Region. My name is Peter Zahradník, and it's my great pleasure and honor to moderate this panel. We have 5 distinguished guests, real experts on the transition of Moravian Silesian region. I would perhaps at the beginning follow the previous panel to add some perhaps useful figures illustrating the position of the Moravian Silesian region in the Czech Republic, but also in the European Union context. At the previous panel, especially in the presentations, for example, by Professor Vondrák and other speakers, we have seen several substantial features of the Moravian Silesian region. I would perhaps add a few of economic and also research and development discipline. The GDP per capita of the Moravian Silesian region in 2020 was 21,700 euros, which was equal to 73% of the European Union average. In the Czech Republic's comparison, we have 14 regions in the Czech Republic, and in 2020, the position of Moravian Silesian region in the Czech Republic was between 9 and 10. We are talking about the just transition reform, just transition process. In the Czech Republic, there are 3 just transition regions: Moravian Silesian, as we have seen in the previous panel, Ústí region and Karlovy Vary region. The other regions, Ústí and Karlovy Vary, are at the 2 last positions in the Czech Republic. So in the relative chart, the status of Moravian Silesian region is a bit better. Moravian Silesian region is relatively strong in the allocation of financial sources for the purpose of research and development, which is one of the engines behind the just transition process, one of the engine for making the region not specialized on mining coal, but mining data. In Moravian Silesian region, the volume of expenditures for research and development is equal to roughly 1.2% of the regional GDP. But on the other hand, it's true that Moravian and Silesian region is the most industrial region in the most industrialized country of the European Union. Manufacturing industry here amounts to roughly 35% of the regional GDP. Construction about 6%, services roughly about 58%. Now it's my great privilege to give floor our speakers, and I would say that it would be very difficult to find another person who knows the region such, I would say, intensively and in the really very, very deep structure as Zdeněk Karásek, who has been for a long period of time a very successful, I would say, businessman on the field of consultancy, focused on regional development, but also on labor market and human capital and its utilization. Now he is a very prominent regional politician and I would say in the good sense the public servant who knows really the region very well. He is the person behind the regional development strategy, behind the Just Transition Plan. So I will give as the first speaker the floor to Zdeněk, ask him to explain us the, I would say, concrete features of the Just Transition Plan in the region, and perhaps to make a vision where, Zdeněk, you would wish to find the Moravian Silesian region, let's say in 2030, perhaps shortly after that. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Peter, for your nice words. At the end of the presentation of our governor, you heard about the Just Transition Plan, and now I would like to tell you about the contents and participation of regional players who cooperated with us on this issue. Our Just Transition Plan or Just Transition Fund for our region is focused on seven topics, let's say, from business to people. We should receive around 700 or something more than 700 million euro. And we would like to use these funds in 4 specific types of operations. The first one, strategic projects, then group of projects, thematic calls, and financial instruments. And now I would like to explain a little bit more about these interventions. Before I do this, it is necessary to say that it was not done, all this program was not done in some closed environment of few people. We used a participatory process with a lot of partners. On the strategic level, it is not decided by the regional government only, but we decide on the platform of so-called Regional Permanent Conference. It is a special vehicle organized by Ministry for Regional Development with regions, and this vehicle includes 26 organizations plus regional tripartite. So this is strategic level, which decides about everything regarding this plan. On the operational level, we have some regional agencies who create the capacity for development of projects and their implementation. They are focused on innovation, on investors, on people, on tourism, and on energy. Besides these agencies, with about 200 experts working in them, we have also 6 thematic groups, which include more than 100 of regional players from different fields. And based on the recommendation by the European Commission, we also involved young people. We asked rectors of our universities to nominate 12 young people who are implemented or incorporated in these working groups, because the brain drain and outflow of young people is one of our major problems. So we would like to invite these people to decision-making processes. And some kind of support of this strategic and working level is done by the team of the strategic planning section of our regional office, and with my participation in this. So now let's go to this Just Transition Fund. First group of operations are strategic projects. I can say that around 50% of these funds should be implemented through bigger transformation projects. And what do we mean by transformation projects? You can see here in this landscape of lower area Vítkovice, which was former coking and coal and steel site. And because of several strategic projects, it was completely transformed. So this is our approach to these strategic projects. And we have 13 of them which were recommended by this regional permanent conference in the last year. Now they are working on development of these projects, and just few information about them. With regard to science and research plus new energy, we have these projects presented here. The first one is Refresh. Perhaps some few words will be given by Prorector Igor Ivan. Next one is Project LERCO, which is focused on biomedicine and other activities related to the health. Another one is related to circular economy and is called Circ Arena, and it is based on the transformation of brownfield of former hockey stadium to the competence center for circular economy of the whole Czech Republic. Another one, Eden Silesia, it is the project which is inspired by the British model from South England, and we think that something similar can be done also here in this region, in the part of Karviná. And the last one in this field is Center of Public Power Engineers. It is a smaller project, and it should help our smaller cities and smaller municipalities to prepare project for transformation of energy sector to this new renewables and so on. Another group of strategic projects is focused on digital innovation and territory rehabilitation. We have a lot of brownfields, so we would like to change them. The first is about digitalization. It's called Black Cube. Another one, Poho Park, is about transformation of former coal mine, abandoned coal mine, to some new facility for people in this region to connect them with the history but look into the future. Another project, Museum Plus, is or should be situated here in this landscape of lower area Vítkovice, and it should transform 2 blast furnaces into something which we call Museum Plus. Then there is a project Podolu Park Karviná and Education District. This Education District is also located or should be located here in this area. Another strategic projects, the last group, are focused on the issue of people and skills, because as it was mentioned, we need to reskill, upskill people, and we are very much focused on new trends in education. The first one, Project CEPIS, it is about innovative entrepreneurship, and it should offer some professional studies. The first idea of this kind in the Czech Republic. It is based on the model and know-how from Finland. Next project called Moravian Silesian Technology Academy. It is based on the inspiration from one of the best examples of transformation of vocational education and training from Basque region, and we also started piloting 2 years ago. And the last one on this page is called Project Trautom, and it is about reskilling and upskilling of people from sectors going through the transformation, like automotive industry, energy, steel industry, and so on. So this was the group of big strategic projects. Besides these big projects, we have also, on the other part of this spectrum, we have also proposals and or opportunities for smaller projects promoted by small and medium-sized companies and by small cities, non-governmental organizations, and so on, and it is called Group of Projects. These projects will be, or the calls will be announced by the region for the small applicants. They are based on our communication with the region. The first one, called PODREC, which will be also presented perhaps by Adéla Hradilová, it is focused on support of small businesses. Another one, Global Experts, is some grant program for young scientists from abroad. And we have also a program to support our small municipalities in their preparation bigger projects, for example, for transformation of energy into renewables and so on. The third group of operations is called thematic calls. And once again, it was prepared together with the stakeholders in the region. The first is focused on development of craft and hobby incubators. Another one is the group of projects supporting transfer to hydrogen economy. Next two ones are focused on modernization of schools. And we have also a special program for territory rehabilitation. These are smaller projects on the former coal mining areas. And the last group of interventions is based not on subsidies but on financial instruments. And we have two major ones. The first is focused on businesses. These are, let's say, credits for businesses with zero interest rate or very low interest rate, which is very important today. And the other one is about combination of soft loan and grant support for former coal mining areas which were or have been abandoned in the region. At the end of my presentation, I would like to repeat once again potential risks. The major one is related to the really hard milestones to spend 71% of the allocation by 2026. It was mentioned both by the governor, by Mr. Votoupal, by Mr. Kříž. We know it. We are ready to work quickly, but you know, the situation is let's say rather flexible. There is a lot of changes, and we could see that there are some efforts of some countries to postpone these milestones. We don't know whether it will be accepted, so we work hard to keep these milestones, but if there will be some way to postpone it a little bit, it would be very helpful for us, for our projects, for our project promoters. The last information is that within the Czech presidency, there is a high-level conference called Just Transition in Coal and Energy Intensive Regions, Leaving No One Behind. This conference will be held on 22nd of November in Brussels, and all of you who will be present are cordially invited. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zdeněk, for your excellent presentation. I would perhaps add that the regional development strategy of the Moravian Silesian region has subtitles or keywords: people, environment, and business. But I would also add that Zdeněk's presentation showed that the strategy has several other features like partnership, professionality, system, and balance. And for me as an economist, it's extremely important that the strategy is based not only on the subsidy-based style of utilization of funds, but it works very intensively with financial instruments, which implicitly means that the strategy is based on kind of return, social economic return or financial return. For that reason, this concept or this approach is extremely sympathetic, especially for me. Thank you very much again. And now we should move to other speaker of our panel. When I read his curriculum, I would say that Mr. Igor Ivan is a really pure Ostravak or pure citizen of the Ostrava city, born in Ostrava, graduated at the Technical University of Ostrava, where now keeps the position of Vice Rector for Strategy and Cooperation. So my question or a challenge for Mr. Ivan is to describe how the Technical University of Ostrava contributes to this very comprehensive transition program in the region, and where, in his opinion, are the main assets of the contribution of the university, for example, also viewed from the Refresh project, which is an integral part of this issue. Mr. Ivan, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was said, yes, I was born in Ostrava, and I'm living in Ostrava, and I hope I will stay here for another few decades, because I believe that Ostrava has a huge potential, as we can saw from previous presentations and speeches. But I can assure you that I have also visited Prague at least 2 times. No, I'm kidding. 3 times. I'm the only representative from academia here, and I hope I try to do my best to persuade you that also people from academia can provide a huge potential for transformation of at least the Moravian Silesian region. I'm an academic, so I'm get used to speak in 90 minutes cycles, so I will try to do my best to shorten my presentation from 5 minutes to 60. I will see. Our former rector and current governor, Ivo Vondrák, said a wonderful sentence, and he is the author of the sentence, that we do not want to mine the coal, but we want to mine the data. And I would add that our university is a typical symbol of it. For more than 170 years, we educated workers for mines and workers for steel companies. And now we are educating people for IT sector, for machinery engineering, for civil engineering, for security engineering, also economists. And we are cooperating with many companies, with hundreds of companies on an annual basis. And we are proud that, if I should say the one typical thing for our university, that it is that we are highly cooperating with business and with companies. And the whole project called Refresh is about what I said in this 4th speech. Maybe you are confused that you don't see the name Refresh, but you see a word Smaragd. It's an acronym for statement Smart and Green District. The same as the title of this conference, we want to help to transform the Moravian Silesian region from black to green, from black economy to black market, no, from black economy to green economy. And Smaragd is a vision, it's a joint vision that we created together with the Moravian Silesian Innovation Center to develop the innovation ecosystem and transformation of the Moravian Silesian region. As it was said, European Union is facing several unprecedented crises accelerated by the major energy crisis resulting from Russia's invasion into Ukraine. And we have heard also many terms like technology, low carbon technology, innovations, energy, high added value, etc., etc. And these words are related with the Project Refresh. The Project Refresh is the flagship of this vision called Smaragd, and it accepts the main strategies of the EU and also on the national level strategies and regional level strategies together with the ambitious Fit for 55 package and or Digital Europe, heading towards a carbon-free future. sorry. The project itself is focusing on strong interdisciplinary research, knowledge and technological base, which will thematically contribute to the transformation of the region with a significant impact on the economic, energy and ecological transformation. The project structure is perfectly in accordance with the key European national and regional strategies following the vision of Moravian Silesian Region 2030 plus that was presented by Ivo Vondrak with its 3 super priorities: entrepreneurship, people and environment. And all of these 3 super priorities will be or are solved within the REFRESH project. The project itself consists of 4 interconnected living labs focusing on energetics, on new materials, on Industry 4.0 and automotive and socio-economic aspects. We strongly believe that the region can be transformed not because we will build 1, 2, 10, 20 new buildings, but only the people can transform the region. And that is why both universities in Ostrava, together with people from the Moravian Silesian Innovation Center, are working together, and we want to involve another at least 50% of new excellent researchers, mainly from abroad, to join us, to join our teams, and try to solve the crucial aspects of the transformation process in the Moravian Silesian region. Together with the current and newly acquired high-tech infrastructure, we will experience a concentration effect that will work as a catalyst of the whole transformation engine, maybe electric engine, I would say. So the infrastructure that we already have, as Ivo Vondrak said, we have the National Supercomputing Center. Shortly, we will host the only one quantum computer in the whole country, and we have also huge number of another infrastructure focusing on hydrogen research and energy research, etc., etc. All of these existing infrastructure together with the new acquired infrastructure will boost the research and cooperation with industry in the whole region. From the long-term perspectives, the benefits of REFRESH will head to excellent research results that we believe will attract top application partners and at the same time will be continuously passed on the new graduates in the related study programs. And we already know that more than 70% of all companies that are doing their business in this region can be affected by the result of the REFRESH project. The short-term benefits will head to specific application from collaborating technology companies, fast-growing startups, and communities of application partners looking for new ways to address their customers' needs. Altogether, it aims to strengthen innovation and competitiveness of regional, national, and also the EU industry. Now I would like to shortly present these 4 living labs with 2 sentences each. The Energy Lab, as the title announces, complies with the EU energy objective, creating a research base for the effective energy transformation to carbon-free technologies and hydrogen economy, and is led by Professor Mishák, who is a director of National Competence Center for Energetics. The second living lab, Materials and Environment Lab, will focus primarily on design, production and characterization and application of wide range of new materials, not only for environmental applications, but also for electrical engineering, biomedicine and many other leads. This research will be led by Professor Zbořil, who is repeatedly included on the list of the world's most cited researchers in the world in the field of chemistry and material research. Industry 4.0 and Automotive Lab is focusing on Industry 4.0 additive manufacturing, but also on e-mobility and autonomous driving, on public transport and other important aspects of future society, together with the digitalization and robotics centers that will be created at our university. And last but not the least, the social lab. We heard it in the previous presentations. This research, this transformation, these changes will affect the people, the inhabitants of the Moravian Silesian region, but the people of the whole country, of the whole EU. And this social lab will study the socio-economic change associated with the research in the previous 3 living labs. It will tackle the phenomenon like poverty, energy poverty, unemployment, crime, social mobility, and others. And this research is led by the Dean of the Philosophical Faculty of the Ostrava University, Docent Antonin. The vision Smaragd is very ambitious and defined several key indicators to meet. These indicators are focused on strengthening the R&D potential, education potential, entrepreneurial potential, and cooperation between universities and business sector. We want to attract people into Ostrava, into the Moravian Silesian region. We want to attract the young people who believe that their future is in this region. Altogether, it heads towards to become the top 3 most developed region in the Czechia. And to say a few words, in 2021, we hired several excellent researchers. We have been solving 22 Horizon 2020 projects, experienced 80% year-on-year increase in the number of articles in top decile, supported 29 startup projects, and cooperated with almost 500 companies just for 1 year. So simply said, we have already started our journey to the smart and green district. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Rector Ivan. I think that your presentation is a clear evidence about the extremely challenging and modest setting of the university environment, which is usually rather conservative and rigid, and I think that your presentation is really a great confirmation of looking ahead and following really very hard challenges ahead. Thank you very much for that. And now the next speaker is the First Lady in our panel, representing also extremely important part of the newly creating value chain, because Just Transition is really a creation of a new value chain, and innovative centers play in this process extremely important role. And Moravian Silesian Innovation Center is an excellent address in the Czech context. It's one of the most successful innovation centers in the country, and Madame Adela Hradilová in her contribution utilizes an enormous experience from abroad, working for the European Commission in the past, and also at several other positions that equipped her with really excellent competencies for the position. My question is, because it's sometimes said that the Just Transition process is not only a technology or innovative issue, but also the setting of the mindset, the approach of people, support of people, enthusiasm, simply not only the rational, but also the emotional part of our being. So my question is how this balance is reached in the condition of the Moravian Silesian Innovation Center, and how your innovation ecosystem contributes to the process of just transition reform in the Moravian Silesian region. Madam Hradilova, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for a very nice introduction. I don't have the PowerPoint presentation, so you will remember me because I'm the one without the presentation.
Don't
worry. Before I start, first a very brief and short introduction of MSIC. So we are a regional innovation agency which was established back in 2017, and we have 5 public shareholders: the Moravian Silesian region, city of Ostrava, and 3 public universities. One of you, you just heard about the Refresh and Smaragd vision. So we have basically 3 goals we have to fulfill. It's given by our shareholders. So we have to orchestrate the innovation ecosystem in this region. We are responsible for the coordination and implementation of the projects under the Smart Specialization Strategy. And we have to, and actually this is the best part of our job, we have to provide one-to-one services to startups and SMEs from this region. When I was preparing my this short presentation, I was thinking, what should I actually talk about? Because I was really not sure. But for the first time, when I for the first time heard someone saying we have to work with the transformation of the mindset of the people, I was very happy, because everybody keeps saying this. It's very easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. We are in the beginning of this process. I admit it's not easy. We sometimes face very big challenges to find the platform where people are willing to cooperate. It's not an easy task, but sometimes we manage, sometimes we do not manage. And I admit, you know, we have a lot of failures behind us since 2017, but we also have some successes. So what's very important for us is the transformation of the mindset of the people. You are in the region where people usually want, or how to say it, we want to shift from mindset to be employed to the mindset to be entrepreneur. Because this region, you know, in the past, we had very big companies, people were used to be employed. If you wanted to work for a small and medium-sized company, and if you are a kid or student, you know, your parents are afraid, okay, startup, you have like 5 employees, that's not a business. So we are, you know, in this kind of environment. So we are trying to actually change the mindset of young people. Mainly, I wish you could see very happy faces of students of primary schools when we invite them to MSIC and we present them the startups which originate in Ostrava. They are, you know, they are sometimes very even shocked what can be done from Ostrava, and this is the way how we are slowly trying to change the mindset of young people. And we are very happy that we have many partners who are actually helping us. And you will hear, I think in the last presentation, a lot about this. So I'm happy that we are not alone. There are too many, not too many, but there are many institutions which are helping us. So this is very important for us. We've heard a lot about the crisis, about the energy crisis, about the war in the Ukraine. I wish we look at this crisis as an opportunity, and as an opportunity, because if you look to Israel, for example, they are under constant threat of the Muslim world, and they are the technological leaders. So I think we can, in Europe, take something from Israel, and we can learn from them. So this is what we actually want to do in this region. So we want our people not to be afraid of failing, not to be afraid of taking risks and responsibility. And last but not least, I think we should focus a lot on female entrepreneurship, because if we don't do it, we will lose half of the population of this region. And now, going back to innovation ecosystems, what I want to talk about now, are 4 strategic projects under the Smart Specialization Strategy. One of them is called Entrepreneurial Region. The second one is called Talent Management and Talent Attraction Management. We combine these 2 topics together. The third one is called MSK Digital. Okay, it's abbreviation, so it means Moravian Silesian Region Digital. It's very closely linked to digital innovation hubs and the Technical University of Ostrava. And last but not least is the 4th project, which is called Envitech. So this is probably closer linked to the topic of today's conference and panel discussions. Around each of these strategic projects, we put together a working group of people representing the quadruple helix, because this is the best way how to reach the best instruments and best services. So we are dealing with this. If I look back to Just Transition Fund, we are now together with the Moravian Silesian region preparing so-called entrepreneurial vouchers. It's actually a system of 5 different types of entrepreneurial vouchers. So if you want to start a business, you receive very small voucher, you can try it. If you fail, it doesn't really matter because we are happy that you tried it. And then you can continue. We give the entrepreneurs money for the functional samples and prototypes. We help them finding industrial designers, and we are also helping them finding experienced senior employees from other regions. So basically we want to attract the experienced people back to Moravian Silesian region. Since 2017, we have been implementing very successful coaching schemes for owners of small and medium-sized enterprises. We are now talking with the experts of the World Bank how to actually do the impact evaluation of this coaching scheme. We had 3 people from the World Bank here on Thursday and Friday last week, and we had very interesting inputs. So it's something which I really like learning from abroad, and this is what we try to bring to the region as well. We are working under this entrepreneurial region. Also, we are also focusing on place reputation, because you've seen it. Ostrava is a great place, but not all people in the Czech Republic think the same. When we look to talent management and talent attraction management, again, we have very active and lively discussions within our working group in talent management area. We have different programs for kids from primary schools, secondary schools. We were heavily involved in this piloting phase of Moravian Silesian Technology Academy, which will be, hopefully, funded from the Just Transition Fund. And we also helped Moravian Silesian region to design the grant scheme, so-called Global Experts Postdocs. The third one is the Moravian Silesian region digital. It's basically, we do provide services for SMEs under the umbrella of European Digital Innovation Hub, which we were awarded this September together with the Technical University of Ostrava, the Supercomputing Center. And last but not least is the Envitech strategic project, where we are now doing some kind of awareness raising, mainly among the small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are definitely not aware of the EU legislation. They have a lot of things to do to run their daily business. So we do something which we call circle scans, and then we help them to build a change project. So this is everything which is done to create cooperation within the innovation ecosystem. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We had very interesting discussions when we were trying to establish European Digital Innovation Hub, and from these nice and long discussions, we are now, I can say, cooperating quite well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Hradilová, member of the board of the Moravian Silesian Innovation Center, for your words. I think that it's really extraordinarily important to understand and remind that really the mindset, the work with labor force, the work with the human being is extraordinarily important, especially when the, let's say, existing but slowly finishing value chain is drawing to close, and a new one is developing. The last or the past value chain was mostly based on the engagement of people in big heavy industry companies, mostly in mining and ironworks, steel making sector, and the new one requires, let's say, much more entrepreneurial competencies, etc. And at least for me, it's very challenging to hear that you start even with the children at elementary schools to absorb this knowledge and these competencies for their future. Now we slowly move to two, I would say, real case studies or case examples of the just transition process in practice. And the first speaker is the Managing Director of Material and Metallurgical Research, Mr. Jakub Švrček, who is also an example of the local patriot, and he has a lot with even this building, because his previous effort contributed really robustly to the event of our today's conference, and now he is also engaged in one of the most important project focused on circular economy, and the project is based on the not revitalization but the real transition of the former ice hockey hall into a center for circular economy in the region. So very impressive mission, and I am personally very eager to listen to the experience of this project, especially the practical reasons behind the Circ Arena project Mr. Švrček is representing of. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for a very pleasant invitation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you here in Dolní Vítkovice. As it was mentioned, I had a really lively experience to be here in the very beginning. So I know what does it mean to have a vision. I know what does it mean to being in virtual reality. And now I'm very happy that we are in reality. So we have experience, and this is the best example when you can compare how the dreams becomes true. And I'm representing the research company called Metallurgický a materiálový výzkum, shortly MMV from your side. And actually our ambition is work in a circular economy. We are actually the lead partner of the whole project, but the main inventors are actually our owners. Our owner is a company Smolo, which is a leading waste management company in this region. It's also B Partner, as a Czech consultancy company focused on regional and urban development, project management, and helping with EU funds. And last but not least, Vysoká škola Báňská as a technical university in Ostrava. And the basement or the main goal of our project is to contribute for the transformation of the Moravian Silesian region. And we actually set three different topics. which in these combinations are really unique in whole Central Europe. We are focused on construction waste, on biological waste, but also very specific waste for this region, which is industrial waste, because there's a long industrial history, and this region was, is, and is going to be still focused on heavy industry, that we would like to solve it. What is really very unique, we made a consortium of 14 different partners. Each of them has specific know-how and a lot of experiences. And making this together was one big and huge pillar to be definitely successful. And it covers even the educational placement. We did a very unique combination that not only main university here in Ostrava, but also technical university from Brno and Prague is cooperation with us, together with Czech Association or Institution for Circular Economy and Czech Academy. Also, we have the partners from a private sector, which is together with a smaller company, and Třinecké železárny, which is the leading steel company, not only within the region, but also within Czech Republic. We have our partner, also Moravian Silesian Innovation Center, partner for public sector, and of course, partner from research sector. Which I'm very happy that we have also partnership with Fraunhofer Institute, specifically for industrial engineering from Stuttgart, which is going to help us also with this project. And this is a really leading company all over, not only Europe, but world, with solving circular economy theme, which is really benefit for us. Secondly, circular economy is very important for us, and we have the support and strongly connection with all strategies and priorities, both on regional and in national and even European level. And last but not least are also demands. There's definitely demands for such type of infrastructure with these kind of topics, but also for the research levels. That's why we want to motivate our partners to stay involved and being with us, and we actually get lots of letter of intent or letter of interests, which helps us, and also have to cooperate with educational communities and academic communities. And now, very important, where it actually is going to be. It's for this region in 2 different cities in 3 locations. Of course, it has to be and has to start in Ostrava. Our research institution is here for more than 70 years of history, and we have really strong background. We have really good educated people with a lot of experience. So what is the real benefit? That in the very beginning, we have already infrastructure we can use, not only building and equipment, but also researchers, scientists, which are ready to start right now. So it means that we can implement all we can do in a small scale and then install it into brand new facility which we just going to build. Second part, focused on bio-waste, by the way, will become true right here in Dolní Vítkovice. Thanks to the cooperation with Dolní Vítkovice and with our partners in Vysoká škola or Technical University in Brno. But the most important is locality in Třinec. As I mentioned, it's a region with really and a place with strong industrial history, and Třinecké železárny as a leading steel company which is operating for more than 100 years is going to support it, and it's actually one of the founders, and we want to keep actually that value chain as close as possible. And Smolo, as a leading company in waste management, is also situated in Třinec. So it makes sense why to be right there. And we were just looking for ideal location, on ideal placement, and I think that we found it. Check it out with me. The building you are just looking at is the former ice hockey stadium. It's an absolutely ideal place. Everything all necessary is around. It's in free and leisure activity area, next to the other sport activities, next to the accommodation, full of greenery in the heart of Beskidi Mountains. Our friends from Fraunhofer, if they were persuaded by something, so this is it, the location. Because the more experience they have, usually you just build such a diamond as that research and development center, and then you have to build all equipment around. We got it. We just have to make this diamond inside. And by the way, the community itself or local people have very strong connections and positive experiences with this because people in this region love ice hockey. And because it's now closed, we have brand new ice hockey stadium in a neighborhood. It's just a brownfield which stays there, and it's a pity. So we want to use exactly this one and rebuild it into new infrastructure, which shows the pictures in this visualization. Of course, it's supposed to be really brand new building with all smart technology, but it's not about the visualization, but also we would like to keep it still open for public. This can't be or cannot be just the research institution closed for the public. We want to keep them involved. We want to people get inside. So that's why we also combine the former ice hockey placement for like a covered square where people can easily get in, get out, how often they want, and they can spend their leisure time as they were used to. And by the way, we want to share the experience with them and keep them involved by the different positive activities, especially of educational part. So it's the key mission, it has to be shared infrastructure. So all of our partners from different cities, they already have and are looking for new people which are going to move to Třinec and stay with us there. It can't be everything done just via online or staying as a home office. It has to be done also on the placement. We have already started to negotiate with them, and everybody is involved. By the way, that air view I just showed you, it's not made from local people. It's our friend from Prague, which came there, has his own drone, and make this aerial photo. Give it to me, so it's for me the best I can just show you today. How does it look like? So thanks to him very much. So it's just the example how people are involved already now. And of course that we want to do a background for education and dissemination activities by the way of informal education. It means not only sitting like in the class, but it has to be interactive, hands-on activities, full of experience, like here in this science center. And we are very experienced in it, and we want to use it in this project also. Just roughly show you also financing part. The project itself is more than 2 billion Czech crowns, roughly 90 million of euros. Most of it, 60%, is dedicated for the building, but also 18% for the infrastructure itself in context of equipment, 50% for salaries of scientific teams, and 7% for the other expenses, which 85% of financing we are expected for from Just Transition Fund, 10% from state budget, and 5% own financing. Right now we have actually finished the feasibility study and are finishing cost-benefit analysis and doing the research and activities right on site. And next year we would like already start to find the contractor. Very specific public procedure is because it's going to be designed and built. It means the body for design and for realization of building itself will be one contractor. So we have to be very precise in the designing whole procedure. We want to start with pilot operation in our teams and in educational and dissemination activities till 2026, when it will be done in locality Třinec in 2027, when we fully want to open it and has still at least 1 year for an operation or pilot operation of this center. The benefits I already mentioned is definitely new challenges for circular economy as a term itself. It's definitely improvement of environmental around. It's creating new jobs, new opportunities. It's increasing attractiveness of the region, but by the way, also strengthening the cooperation for the different partners which are involved, and all of them really are. I just want to say in the end that typical projects, of course, are that you build a new building, have nice equipment, but real benefit are the people itself. It's already was mentioned by my colleagues, but I can only accent it. Without those people, there's nothing. It's just free. It's just shelter. And we have them. And they are involved already now and want to start right now. So exactly like here in Dolní Vítkovice, this story I want to use as a best example, so we don't have to go far away. We are right on place. And I'm very happy that actually the deputy mayor, Mr. Kříž, I can't see them if he's still here, but yes, thank you. He's actually the guy who was here with us in the beginning in Dolní Vítkovice in 2011, where there was nothing. We have only the vision, even not the project, any experience, but we started. And thanks to his support, and I still see him in very good shape and full of energy. So it motivates us that he can really support us. And I'm pretty sure, guys, and I would like to tell you that we are very open for any cooperation, both in education and research, in public and private sector. And at least when you will leave this region, please keep on mind what we have done. And if you will support that, or if you help and support us, please let us, to persuade you that we can do it, we can manage it and finish the positive transformation of our region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Švrček, for your impressive presentation. I think that really there is a big chance that the pictures we will see very soon in reality, and especially in the area or in the activity that is extremely not only promising but also pragmatically chosen, because especially for the industrially very intensive economy, circular economy activities are a good contribution for the just green transition, because it utilizes the existing waste and transform it into the new purpose, new utilization. So extremely important, extremely useful and promising. Now, I think that, or I would guess that the next presentation will be also about people, because the next speaker will be Madame Kateřina Bonito, who is Director of Science Center and Education in the area. We are now just right now the lower or Dolní Vítkovice. Madame Bonito has experienced in several positions in the education process for children, but also for the other types of students. And I think that this is the next very concrete and tangible, I would say, case study the previous presentation was about the future. Lower Vítkovice is the reality, and I'm also very eager to listen to the practical, I would say, practical life of the Lower Vítkovice area from the educational point of view, but also from the transformation point of view. Madame Bonito, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. As I'm the representative of the Lower Vítkovice area, which is a non-profit organization that manages the area that you're just in, I'm going to tell you a short story about the process of transformation from the black area into sunny and bright. The DOV is the abbreviation of our association, and this is our main logo, so you might see it in this area as you walk by. I'm going to also, with my presentation, wrap up this panel. I'm going to show you rather more pictures than I will speak. And let's start with the history. I have to turn myself a little bit this way. I divide the history of Lower Vítkovice area into, I would say, two lines, two historical lines. One is already ceased, one already ended in 1998, and new history started to write in about 2012, when the new life and new format to this area was brought, thanks to extraordinary projects. The very important milestone in this process of change from one history line to another was the fact that we were declared a National Heritage Site. This is a little window into the old times. So as you can see, the whole area started to, or the first impulse was given in 1828. Sorry, something happened? No, in 1828. And as the industrial production was expanding, you can see on other pictures how it looked further away in time. You might remember the chimneys on this picture. And now, as I said, I'm going to show you bright pictures, sunny and bright. So now you're looking at the area that you're just in. It looks much more attractive, I would say. Now I'm going to point at this building. This is the building of Science Center. It's a very new building. This is the one. It's a building that actually was built in here, not renovated. And this is where we are just now. Our association manages this building, also the building of the former energy station that was also transferred into an interactive technical museum. I'm going to show you further pictures. And if I point right, on the very back you can see the bolt tower. It was former blast furnace and also the gas holder. Another picture where you can also see all the elements mentioned right now. This is the short timeline, just to give you an overview how the time went here. So we started with 1828. There was the initial impulse for the establishment of Vítkovice Iron Works. In 1852, Hlubina Mines opened, which is still a part of this area. In 1989, when the end of communist regime and the Velvet Revolution came, now the topic of restructuring from the heavy industry into lighter, and also the environment started to become a topic. Before that time, environment was not a topic. The topic was, I have work, I can feed my family, and whatever happens in the air, it was not important. So it started to be important, and by the year 1998, the production and operation of the ironworks factory and of the coal mines was basically totally ceased. Obviously, question what will happen to that area arised. And the very fundamental milestone in the history was year 2002, when I mentioned already, Dolní Oblast Vítkovice was declared a National Heritage Site. Soon after, in 2008, it was also declared a European Heritage Site. So in between these 2 years, a group called DOV, as I say, this is the abbreviation of Dolní Oblast Vítkovice, otherwise Lower Vítkovice in English, was established, and the vision started to form up. Between the year 2009, when certain projects were granted EU funding and also national funding, it became a place of temporary use. So the new function of this place was already tested. And in year 2012, we opened for public 3 projects, 3 renovated buildings, and which I'm going to show you later on. In year 2014, the Science Center was opened to public, and in year 2015, the extension of the blast furnace number 1, called Bolt Tower, was also opened to the public. From that on, a lot of rather smaller scale or different projects happened here. They have different owners, so other activities and other buildings were renewed since then. Just to give you an idea where we are on the map, Ostrava is divided into 23 districts, and district of Vítkovice, which is here, is the district where we are, but at the very top of it. And this is the historical center of Ostrava. So we're we're at the immediate vicinity of the historical center. Imagine that back in years, there was a large factory. And just to accommodate the workers, the labor, so that the distance to work is short, the dwellings were built right around this factory. So their dwellings, their schools, because they needed schools, they had families, hospitals and other civic amenities were built just around the factory. So the air was not very clear at that time, which I believe it wasn't very pleasant, but also the fact, and I'm going to show you on another map, the fact that this area was so close to the city center. I think it was also, and it might be my personal impression, a very important aspect of the fact that it was considered for renovation, because I believe if it was somewhere at the periphery of the city, it would not be a subject of that transformation, or such large one. This is just a map for you to again see where we are. This is these buildings are the ones that we manage. Other buildings are managed and owned by other owners. For instance, these are the blast furnace number 4 and number 6, which soon are going to become Museum Plus, which is a project of Ministry of Culture. Here there is a Museum of Agriculture. Also, it's a national museum, and it was opened recently, I think 2 years backwards. And now this is the picture slideshow. Now I'm going to look this way. This was the blast furnace number 1 in 1926. And this is the blast furnace number 1 in 2012. So it's one of the 3 projects that were successfully launched at that year. And further to that, at 2015, an extension was built on the top of the blast furnace, and it was called Bolt Tower. It's a viewing or observation point, and on the top of it there is a cafe. So when the weather is bright and the sky is blue and sun is shining, you can really see the mountains, Beskid Mountains, that are about 40 kilometers from here, and the view is really amazing. So if you are getting there tonight or tomorrow, you might still see something. Maybe tonight no more, because it's going to be dark. It doesn't move. It does. And too much. And this is for somebody maybe known, for someone unknown, but it's a well-known athlete, Usain Bolt, who was present at the inauguration of the Bolt Tower. But the Bolt Tower, it's very confusing, was not called after him. The name was not given from Usain Bolt, but it actually represents the bolt as a screw. So you can see it on the picture on the right. So because it resembles to the screw, that's why it's named a Bolt Tower. Even though we had that personality here, he actually every year he comes to Ostrava to a very famous sport meeting. This is the gas holder. That was the year 1924. And gas holder, its exterior in 2015. It became, the purpose was completely changed. It became a center of concerts, of conferences, of social life. At the bottom of the building, there is a gallery called Gallery Gong. You can see the interior. It has a capacity of about 1,500 people. And Gallery Gong. At the moment, there is a exhibition focused on kinetism and other similar art. It's the Energy Power number 6. It's its exterior, and its exterior in 2012. And by demolishing some of the buildings in front, we created a little square. And that square is between gas holders, so-called gong, and this building. So it's a space for different happenings and gatherings and events. This is the interior of Energy Power, which we decided to keep because nevertheless, it's a museum. It's a technical museum, but it's an interactive technical museum, very, very popular for the families or among families and children of the age between 5, 6 to 10, 12. So it's open every day, but Mondays. And soon it's going to go through a renovation. Science Center. So this is a black sheep here because it's a very new building and very modern. And as other European science centers, we have in Czech Republic 4 of them. The purpose is quite obvious. We try to bring science close to the children, to the students. So we created different exhibitions that we called by World of Nature, World of Civilization, World of Science and Inventions, and so on. And kids, they are thematic, and kids are learning through playing and through amusement. We also use those exhibition in combination with our educational programs for children of the age of primary schools, secondary schools, up to high schools that keep on coming to our Science Center from Monday to Friday. It's a very common act here. 3D cinema and theater of science. So 3D cinema, that's where we are. The capacity is around up to 200 people. And at that time, when we opened Science Center, it was the largest screen of non-commercial cinema. I'm not sure how we're doing right now, but I think we still might be keeping the first place. And on the third floor, we have a little theater. It's called Theater of Science, where the different science show is conducted. Our educational programs are very wide, and they are obviously informal. And we try to teach kids what sometimes schools don't have, or they can't teach it because they're not equipped for that. So the variety of the programs is, as I said, from the age of 6, 7 until 15, maybe 18, from biology, chemistry, robotics, and obviously we want to expand it and bring the brand new trends and technologies here. So we hope this will work out, because we're going to aim and target the Just Transition Fund to actually go forward with our visions. Workshops and events for adults. There is also a different presentation for age of group 18 plus. We started to focus on hydrogen, because we believe that hydrogen technologies might be a phenomenon of the future. So we created a workshop for adults that is also, it's not frontal, and also the adults can go through the different floors and different places and rooms in our Science Center and do a little bit of a science show, and they end up riding the car that is hydrogen powered that we have down in our exhibition. We also do an after-school care in a sense of summer camps, organizing summer camps, birthday parties for children, and different thematic events. Also, we have a Kids World. It's sort of a solitary and non-solitary exhibition, which is very famous for child's group 2 to 6 years. And it's not a playground where you leave your children and go and have a coffee next door, but you as a parent go and accompany your children, and they become, this is a world, they become adults and you're the child, so you kind of swap the roles. And it's also playing and discovering at the same time. As I said, this is the hardware, but the software is in people, and it's in activities that are happening here. We have events all the time here, but most, or the biggest events, most famous are, for instance, Colors of Ostrava, which is a music festival held every summer, but during COVID time, obviously. So we had one this year after a 2-year break. And it's very successful, and obviously visitors from region and beyond come here and spend 4 days of entertainment, a full program here. Just a curiosity, since I said that we really like hydrogen technologies, we opened the first public hydrogen fueling station in our area in June 22. So whoever has a hydrogen-powered car can come and fuel their car, which I believe this is at this moment. I could count them in my hand. but it definitely will be a future. And these are the two actors that I feel should be mentioned here, and this is on the right, on your right. It's Mr. Svetlik, who is the visionary and entrepreneur, and who always seen future in this area, and even now he tries to push it forward and develop further. So there are plans, and we just need to see how it all goes. And Mr. Pleskott, who is the well-known architect, who put his hand on our science center, the gas holder, and also the Ball Tower. So I think and I believe in more projects like that. I don't think they're going to concern hardware so much, but the investment will rather be into education, into popularization of modern technologies, trends and science to all age groups, and this is what we want to focus in the next future. And this is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madame Bonito, for really background insight information, how to give a new purpose to the existing facilities and real estates, and perhaps also confirming that the best investments ever is the investments into people, and it's also suitable to start as quick as possible. I also remember your statement that in times when the first purpose for this area was established, the environment was not the topic, and personally I am happy that right now the environment is a topic and the negative externalities are to be internalized. Now, so thank you very much again, and now we have a space for 3 rather short questions or comments from the auditorium. So right now I kindly call the people in the room to ask our speakers at the panel.
Thank you. I'm a Belgian member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I would like to thank all panelists for the very impressive testimonial that was given to us today. I think it is very clear that we are not talking about nostalgia of the way things were in the past and dreaming only about the future, but really doing things about what we can do here and now to do it. It was my impression that what was explained to us today was very much a bottom-up initiative where local players, the city, the region, the different partners in the city and the region took the lead. And my first question, if I may ask 2 questions, is whether there is also a national master plan in which this initiative fits in, or whether it is really bottoms up, coming from the city, the region, with probably the support of the state. My second question would be whether there are private financial partners who are supporting such initiative.
If I may, I will reply to the second question because it's easier one for me. Yes, we have private investors who are helping us with some initiatives we as MSIC are implementing. So we are now rely on public money, but already have private investors who are, for example, on Sunday, there was a deadline for our Czech, Slovak, Polish startup voucher for the starting companies, and the money for the vouchers comes from the private sector. And we are now building so-called commercial services, so we don't use so much of public money. for our activities. So yes, but we are in the beginning. I will try to reply to your questions about the national level. We are actually, we are a very specific region in the Czech Republic. You are perfectly right, it's bottom up. We have a great support of our regional government, also the city of Ostrava and other cities. But everything we do still fits into the national strategies. So, for example, the smart specialization of our region is a part of the national smart specialization. The things we do in the area of digitalization is again part of the national strategy. So we are not doing anything against national level, but it's in kind of cooperation. But we do initiate a lot of things here, and then it's kind of spill over to national level as well.
Someone else? Thank you very much. So the space for question number 2, please. One, two, three. If there is no question, I would perhaps ask one. The title of our panel is The Transition to Carbon Neutrality, which is in fact the long-term target of the Green Deal process dated by the year 2050. My question perhaps to all of you is, in which time horizon do you think that the projects you were talking about will be, let's say, the reality, and how they contribute to the final dream to reach a carbon neutrality? I know that it would be a topic for the next, not panel, but a conference. Mm-hmm. So please, rather briefly, by one sentence, if possible.
Okay, so please let me start. As I mentioned in our presentation, we are definitely keep just straight timing, and our facility in circular economy in Třinec is supposed to be open in 2027. But we actually start in a very beginning already now. We already started. So our contribution to carbon neutrality actually has already started, and we want to be, you know, as strong as it's possible and to fulfill it even earlier than 2050.
In our mission and vision, we don't have a carbon neutrality, but we have a goal to support 1,600 startups by 2030 and 800 small and medium-sized companies. So it's a big challenge. And if I consider the JTF projects, which we are now working together with the Moravian Silesian region, we supposed to grant 3,000 vouchers by 2026, and some of them will be dedicated to circular economy topics, so we might help reaching the carbon neutrality by a certain small percentage.
12 June 2033.
Perfect.
Now, we as the university, we would like to help the industry and the region to meet this target. So thanks to our research and the research work, and thanks to collaboration with the industry, we hope we can help them to meet this target.
So us as a science center, obviously, we try to communicate all the new technologies and the results of the research to the students. So we try to teach them what's right and what should be done to actually reach the carbon neutrality, and we will hope it will stay on their mind, they will bear it on their mind. And as Mr. Svetlik, as I mentioned, the visionary of this area, he visions that one day he's going to build the hydrogen valley. So I think this is the way we are going to contribute as the lower part of Vítkovice.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to Zdeněk Karásek, Igor Ivan, Adéla Hradilová, Jakub Švrček, and Kateřina Bonito. Thank you for giving us a clear picture about the transition in Moravian Silesian region. And now I will continuously go to the next point of our conference, which is to give floor my great friend Stefano Malia, President of the ESC Employers Group.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that it took a few years for you to say that I'm your good friend, so I appreciated that admission at the end of the seminar. But joking apart, I want to thank Peter and all the other panelists that we had throughout the day. I think, as Mr. Robbins said, we could feel, even just from the pictures and from the presentations, you can feel here that there is a momentum towards the green transition. Having said that, there are, of course, a number of question marks which still remain in terms of timing, in terms of money, and in terms of methodology. So once again, as I said earlier on, in the beginning of the seminar today, I think the final destination is clear to all, and I don't think it is actually even discussed whether that is the actual destination or not, because climate change is and will remain our largest challenge ahead of us. But clearly there are question marks as to whether the new dynamics which we are living, whether they have changed the whole dynamic of the pathway which was originally mapped, which in itself also raised a number of questions. So I think we need to look at also towards what we heard today in the seminar today, and towards this region in particular. And I must congratulate all the people involved in the projects which have already started and the projects which are about to start, because indeed, as was said, seems to be a bottom-up approach which is creating results. And I think this is really why we came here today, with all the difficulties of arriving here, I admit, but clearly coming here was a good idea, because we could hear and see exactly what is taking place and give us a bit of a glimpse of what the future could look like. Certainly some main points which came up to me at least was, number one, was also mentioned now about the mindset, about changing the mindset. We keep on saying this, we know this, but it's not always easy to achieve. But I think what I heard today in terms of also starting with the very young, I think that is certainly the way forward in terms of sensibilizing and developing the skills required. We talked about funding. There's almost a contradiction, because on the one hand, there isn't all the funding required to do all that is needed, but on the other hand, there's a lot of funding in a relatively short time, which creates problems of absorption. And I think this is where we have to balance out. And certainly what is of importance to me is the identification that the private sector, i.e. employers, i.e. entrepreneurs, need to be involved if we are going to be successful in indeed moving towards this green transition. I'll close off here because I know we've had a long day, and indeed people are now getting tired, and we also have a program ahead of us. So I want to thank once again our Czech colleagues. Thank you very much, and I think they deserve a round of applause for a for a very, very interesting seminar today. And indeed, we have also a very interesting program tomorrow. And I also, because it is imperative that I do it, I also want to thank our colleagues in the Secretariat who, again, behind the scenes, put in hours of work to ensure that everything moves like clockwork, as you could see. So I also would like to give them a round of applause. So thank you very much to all of you. And finally, I want to thank, not finally, before finally, I want to thank our guests for attending and also participating with us. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues and friends of the Employers Group. Thank you for coming, and also thank you for participating online. Thank you to everyone. One final point, there is a guided tour of about, I think, an hour, if I'm not mistaken, of the region. If you are interested in that, we need to go straight downstairs to the main entrance. Thank you once again, and I look forward to more collaboration. Thank you.